Welcome to an impromptu announcement. Yes, I know it's a bit on the later side. Um, Hope everybody's well. Still a few stragglers, or I'm not sure how many have appeared or whether this announcement went out, but, Wacky Toaster, it's good to see you here. And good to see you as well, Dom, for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm using basically Restream, which doesn't actually cover all the other ones. Wacky Toaster had first Harry announcing something. Or whatever. Wasn't an R, it was an O. Oh, shit. And then Dom, 6 minutes to go. He was all fired up. Then I said hello to them. And then just Dom said he shared it on Discord. Where are the other feral members of my subscription list? not many here at the moment. Probably because no notifications. Yeah, no. Yes. It definitely is. Probably that. Yes. Oh, Captain. Had to go out and come back. And good evening, Harry from Dom. And obviously we're down to the notifications. Yes, we've still only got 3. So, yes, I see the YouTubia notification system is working brilliantly. Thank you, YouTubia. I appreciate actually not notifying anyone. Nothing new to me, At least they're consistent, guys. They are consistent, Yes, the old boy had a bit of a haircut, a bit of a clean up. It was getting far too bloody, So, yes. Yeah, had to sort of trim it back to just look a bit more decent. Yes. Was wondering if you were going to post just now, or so that I would be first to like. Appreciate it. So, yes. So, let's see. One of those nights, it's 5 people. God, they're starting to stream in. Miracles do happen. Late, but, it's starting to happen. A few stragglers are coming in or waking up. Who knows what they're doing? Considering it's the Australian part it is 8:30. It is on a Saturday, so people are probably out, half inebriated. That doesn't surprise me at all. Oh, there's Fluffy Rainbow. Oh, good to see you here. Happy Midsummer Day. Oh, you're in the Northern Hemisphere, remember, my dear. Mr. H with friends. So what's on your mind today? Oh, I'm trying to wait until a few more people turn up. Oh, God, it's always a struggle to try and get enough of a crowd. I even basically, have a nice haircut, sort of clean myself, shaved, presenting myself a bit in a more youthful looking, less feral, sort of older looking style. But yes, it seems like my subscribers are elsewhere, partying on this Saturday. Yes. And my North American friends would be very early in the morning for them. They're just getting up on a Saturday and wondering what the fuck's going on. So, pretty much. And are you announcing a grill party at the Sopranos mansion? Nothing like that. Making half a dozen eggs and a steak for brunch just now. Sounds good. Yes, I just had some really nice cured meat for evening with some of my regular brie. So that was really nice. Enjoyed that earlier. It's 8:30 here, so so really got stuck into that. I actually probably ate more brie than than I intended to. Probably about 200 grams or a bit over 200 grams, to be honest. So I sort of pigged out on brie tonight. Yeah, anyway, I've got more. I bought about nearly a kilo's worth of, or, you know, 200, over 2 pounds of brie. So I've gone through a quarter of it. So yes, I've definitely pigged out on cheese tonight. I'm cheesed out. Yes, yes. And it's nice French brie, which is really nice and fatty and soft. It's sort of creamy. That's enough of food. G'day, Robert. Good to see you, mate. Yes. It's been a fucking crazy week this week. My uncle ended up in hospital. This is on my mother's side. Yep. So he was quite bad. Ended up with an eye infection and some sort of severe infection that actually sort of ended up becoming sort of like a low grade septicemia. So he ended up in hospital. He's quite old. He's older than my dad, and he's sort of struggling a bit at the moment. But initially, he was sort of in a delirium state when you've got a lot of, sort of a septic shock type thing, delirium. But he's better today. I actually bought him a newspaper, Greek newspaper, so he's got something to read. So that cheered him up, and he was in a better state. So the last couple of days I've visited on and off, and he's in a much better condition, which is great. So hopefully he'll be discharged next week on Monday, if everything goes to plan. And then hopefully, he'll, in the next couple of months, he'll recover back to the way he was. Yes, so we'll see how that all progresses. Yeah, bit concerning there, bit of a worry, but at least he's nearly out of the woods, which is a key thing. He seems to be progressing pretty well, so that sort of kept me a bit busy, going back and forward and to the hospital and just making sure that, because none of his children were down here. My cousin Julie, she just turned up yesterday, which is great. So pretty much she was there today as well. So yeah, me too, Don. I hope he sort of gets back on his feet and he's doing well. So yeah, so I'm basically, if Julie needs to call me for anything tomorrow, I'm sort of on call. So the announcement is basically I'm not doing any live streams tomorrow. So I'm going to just basically focus on my office, clearing it out and all that, and be on call if I'm needed at all. So that's basically my sort of plan for tomorrow. So I didn't want to lock myself into a live stream just in case, So that's pretty much, as with everything, family comes first. You guys understand. I think most people are reasonable, understand that. Hopefully, maybe Bart jumps in and sort of fills in the slot like he did last time. So that would be good. So at least there's somebody there that basically is doing something and providing you guys with a bit of entertainment. Maybe he gets Ted to do a bit of TED time as well. Yeah. A typical remark. The only thing that worries me is that in regards to my brother's circumsphere. That does not surprise me, Wacky Toaster. That would be on your mind. it would be a pressing thing. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate all your kind sentiments. G'day, Sarah. Yes, I'm just making an announcement that I will not be live tomorrow, just in case I'm called to be somewhere else, like hospital for my uncle, if that becomes, for whatever reason. So he seems to be traveling well. Plus, I've got a couple of things that I want to do around the house. So if I have to be basically somewhere else, if my cousin needs me, I'll be available tomorrow. If she doesn't, then I'll just spend most of the time clearing out my office as a filler. It needs to be sorted, so at least I can get everything sorted for. So I've got sort of two things, but I was going to do the office in between my live streams, but now I'm just going to do it throughout the whole day. Plus, I'll be on sort of call if I'm needed or not. So that's the sort of thing. Oh, yes, Ted's doing a TED Talk. I'm not surprised. It'd be a fascinating one. It'd be a lot of expletives. It would be a very entertaining one. It would be better than some other. It would be better than some of the other shit that's on TED Talks anyway. G'day, zombie. Oh, not much. You'll have to rewind it and see it from the beginning, my dear. Yes, you'll have to see it from the beginning, or somebody may be nice enough to tell you what's happening. Yes. Anyway, so I definitely won't be doing a live stream tomorrow. There'll be no live streams, and that will be back. I'll be back to normal next week. So maybe somebody else will jump in. Maybe Bart will give it a go, do a bit of a live stream in that regard. So g'day, Loki. See what you've missed, zombie. Bollocks. Pretty much. Yes. So pretty much I'll be on call and I'll be doing some shit around my place. So that's pretty much it. And so I thought I'd do a bit of an impromptu announcement just to let people know what's happening. So, yes, I haven't vanished or been picked up by aliens and taken away to the Andromeda Galaxy. No, that has not happened. Yes, so nothing to worry. I'll be back next week, sharp and stylish. Anyway, so what's happening with everyone else? I'm going to run this for a bit longer. Why not? I'll run it for an hour or two, depending on how I feel. Luke should go flying. With a crowd like you guys, God. I need to be protective of him. He's still a young fella. The ferals that some of my feral subs that I have to put up with. Say no more. Yes, I need to be protective of him as a senior mentor. I'll see if he wants to come on. I will send him an invite just in case Lukey wants to come on. Give me a sec. Same smug. Wonderful. I have 100 questions. That does not surprise me at all. Do you actually sleep? Do you get any sleep? Or are you constantly on YouTube, on social media, thinking up of new questions? There is a thing of circadian rhythms. You sort of have to follow it, for health purposes. You've got to get some sleep in, some leisure time, some rest time. Let me just log in and send Lukey. I'm just logging on to my Proton account. Yes, the Proton account. Proton power. And there we are. Let me send the message. And actually today we really had nice weather in Hobart. It's about, just send anyway, God. There's no title on that one that I sent through, Lukey. So it's gone. It's come. Oops. Last minute vacation today approved. That's a nice one. I'll pay that, Sarah. That's a really nice one. Vacation from Harry. I didn't realise you needed a vacation. I'm eating 600 grams of steak a day for the past week. I think I'm turning into a carnivore. Or a pig. I couldn't help myself, Dom. You know me. I've got no control. Yes. Yeah, Dom. Yes, we know. So true, zombie. He's pigging out. He's a true carny pig. Yes, he's taking after this pig. Careful there, Don. Your heart is going to explode. That would be something. Some smug would actually make a comment. YouTube was kind enough to notify me. Oh, weren't they nice? It's obviously they want you to ask a lot of questions. You must work for the algorithm. Do you work for the algorithm, actually? You're so supportive of the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm. No wonder they send you announcements because you put so many comments up. See, there is an advantage of putting a lot of comments. You become, let's say, very close and friendly with the algorithm, haven't you? Well, certain things are getting bigger, but not exactly exploding yet. Good to hear. We don't want to know which muscle exactly is getting bigger. Keep that to yourself. And we'll move on. Would you eat a Beyond Burger? No fucking way. If the only other option would be to starve, I'd starve. I'd eat dirt before I ate that sort of shit. Remember, all those seed oils incorporate in your flesh for up to 6 or 7 years. Yes, not a good thing. So, yes, I would definitely starve for a couple of days, even a month. You'd still survive. Yes. Well, how are you, DJ projectors? Welcome to the Carney movement, or entertainment to be more precise. Went on a barefoot walk yesterday. Oh, beautiful. Gracefully slipped into a creek when attempting a big step from one side to the other. More grounding for me. Yes, nothing like grounding. Exactly. Good for the brain as well, good for the body. Dirt is probably healthy in comparison. Yes. Also, just think of all the probiotics you're getting for free from the dirt. I meant my biceps, of course, zombie. Yeah, yeah. We know you Irish fellows always exaggerate. Just be honest, Dom. And I found a four-leaf clover. No. I'm actually sleeping. I can believe that, but I really find value in Q&A with Andy Crackpots. Oh, thank you. You're incredible. Can write comments even in his sleep. Incredible. God, the Carney diet is really working for you. We'll have to do a case study on you. First human that can actually write comments in his sleep. I'd ever work out or lift, but my muscles are crazy since Carnivore. I can lift my man clear off the ground with no effort. I can believe that. Yes, nothing. Look, Lucy, as I said, it's not insulin. Insulin will make you fat. Insulin is required, but it's actually activated by leucine in a dose-dependent way. It's leucine that drives muscle protein synthesis. The more meat, the more leucine. You take leucine out, you're not going to get much muscle protein synthesis. Yes. There are certain things that work and certain things that don't work. If you remove them, things do not happen. They go to shit. They've done the experiments on rodents, obviously, but it's still a mammal. Yes. Lukey, I've sent you a link if you want to come on. Do feel free. Okay, let's just go up here. Okay, what are the main differences between meat protein and plant protein? Vegans insist that plant proteins have complete number of amino acids like meat. Bullshit. As I say, show me the evidence. When you look at any plant in comparison, it doesn't have complete amino acid. It doesn't even have the profile of meat. So you got to have the profile of meat, and it doesn't. Amino acid utilization happens because of a specific profile. The food with the best amino acid profile is actually eggs. It doesn't surprise me because an egg is a complete animal. That means you need the right profile to create a complete animal, a mammal, or in this case, a dinosaur descendant. Basically, you need the right amino acid. That's why, when it comes to meat, the actual bioavailability is about, quite high, 90 something percent, 92, 93%. And pretty much when it comes to eggs, it's 100%. The same thing with dairy, 100%. But when you look at plants, it's down to 60, 70%. But then utilization is even lower. Utilization of that is about 17%. Very, very piss poor. Meats are about 32%. So, but then again, there's an advantage with animal foods. When you eat steak, what happens is the body actually slows down. You don't get it with plant foods. With plant foods, because of the fiber component, all that, it gets pushed through quite fast. As a consequence, you don't actually utilize a lot of those amino acids. But when you actually have an animal food like meat or whatever, it actually slows down peristalsis. It actually slows down the gut motility. It's deliberate, so it can extract more over more hours. which is an advantage. So even though meat has a lower utilization in the short run, because of the slowing down of peristalsis, eventually you do actually uptake more of that over time. Where eggs, on the other hand, their utilization is much higher in a shorter amount of time. So, which is a good thing, especially if you're like a bodybuilder and you, within that first 90 minutes, you've got the biggest, your muscles are sensitized to leucine far more in the first 90 minutes after you've done a workout. So, and the quickest utilization is basically eggs and dairy. This is why the old bodybuilders used eggs and dairy. And the highest utilization is definitely eggs, 49% compared to 32%. So that's the other advantage. That's why I encourage people to do bodybuilding or any exercise of that sort right after, within the first 90 minutes, get the eggs and dairy in, because that's going to be the highest utilization of leucine, and muscle protein synthesis will be driven. And then what you have is, then you have it spiking, coming down, and then you've got this level where you're still getting muscle protein synthesis over a number of hours, and that's where steak or casein will basically be absorbed through basically slowing down the gut, the motility through the small intestine, and basically absorbing things. But basically, plants have incomplete amino acids, and they don't have enough leucine to drive muscle protein synthesis. Because there are studies. I haven't done the video yet. I need to do the video so you guys can use it as polemic against these vegetarded. It is coming, but I've just, it's a matter of having the time and stuff like that. It's a couple of things that I've promised, but, it's just, as I said, don't hold me to any promises, because I don't know when I'm going to have the time to do some of this sort of stuff, So I've still got a number of other things to do. So there's been a thing on the Ivor sort of show where Ivor was talking. G'day, Lukey. Where Ivor was talking with Ron Rosdale, and he was talking about leptin signaling and stuff like that. That's on a mixed macro. It has nothing to do when you're in a low carb state, only eating meat. So, but I haven't done the study. I've got a folder with stuff that I've just recently put in there with polemics to basically pull that apart and show that Ron is wrong completely on the leptin resistance thing. I think I'm probably going to call it something like, does protein cause leptin resistance, or something along those lines? It doesn't, basically. But anyway, I'll provide the information, the science, and the basis for my arguments against Ron's. This is the problem with the biggest problem in the low carb community that is just as bad as the vegan community. They basically follow a very reductionist model. And obviously the vegan diet in its short term and the low carb diet in the short term, like when it's very low protein, the therapeutic, they pretty much work quite well because they're very catabolic, and they usually basically, if you've had a lot of growth factors for a long time in your body and you've grown a lot of tissue in the wrong places, and you've accumulated a lot of debris in the actual mitochondria and in cells, that usually clears out. It's like fasting. It's a fasting mimicking diet. They're very low. And so whether you're doing these therapeutic ketos, therapeutic vegan, which is fasting mimicking diets, or fasting, you will clear out a lot of this sort of debris out of the tissue. But then you'll be in an extreme catabolic state, start tearing down tissue, which is very unhealthy. So it's not a sustainable approach, either one of these. So let's just jettison that nonsense and that notion completely. And I will explain why this crap is crap, and why the basis of the studies that talk about protein and leptin resistance have nothing to do with basically protein, have to do with the Randall cycle. Basically, these people have a different insulin to glucagon ratio. When you just eat a carnivore diet with an insulin to glucagon of 1.3, you do not have these problems. These only manifest in higher levels because insulin basically is a big player when it comes to leptin. So once you eliminate that problem, you can't get derangement of leptin. But I'll provide that information in show. So it's nonsense. It drives me up the wall, this pseudo crap, when we've had traditional populations like the Maasai, the Inuit and all that basically coveted protein and meat and consumed quite a bit of it and had none of these conditions. So if these things were a real problem, we would have seen them in ancestral people a very long time ago, and they would have been quite pronounced. We don't see them. It's nonsense. These studies are all based on people with basically mixed macros. That's what it is. Randall cycle incidents and derangements. So it's crap. So let's just blow all that shit away because it's crap. And as I say to people, show me the studies that basically show that a carnivore diet does this. A low insulin to glucagon will actually have these derangements in leptin. Don't exist. They never will exist. And I'd put money on it. They'll never find a study like that because it doesn't fucking exist. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a dead issue. It's again the same stuff we find with the vegan community or the low fat. So vegan low fat, what we call the learned dieters or the nutritional bullshitters, together with the vegans low fat type approach, they just don't get the Randall cycle. And the other side, which is the low carb paleo / keto / low carb community, don't get the Randall cycle either. One demonizes fat, one demonizes sugar, but they don't realize that it's the exclusion of those things that mitigate and make their diet work better. One better only in the short term, and the others are more sustainable. Like the low carb generally is much better for the long term. But that's the reality. But, God, I mean, poor Philip Randall would be spinning in his grave still because these guys, after so many fucking years, we're talking about 60 years, and they still don't understand what he was talking about. It just... That's why, as I said, I have so many friends in the low fat and the low carb community. Because they don't fucking get it. How are you, Lukey?
I'm doing fine actually. I decided to drop in since you sent me the invite, but yeah, I need to leave soon for the gym and stuff. But it was a nice week at work, very productive. I'm feeling really good, and yeah, I just think I'm getting better and better each week.
I think I just covered that sort of question. Is because they don't understand the Randall cycle, and they still basically follow crackpot ideas that are in the mainstream that we've been brainwashed over the last couple of decades. So that's the problem. There's a lot of brainwashing on both sides of the low carb and low fat community sides, and they both grab a lot of epidemiology and shake it at each other as if they've got pearls of wisdom. They don't. They're both wrong on that front. The only difference is one actually works better than the other because one has animal foods in it, the other doesn't. That's the only difference. But generally speaking, but even the low carb community has a lot of anti-nutrient foods in it. It's only the carnivore community that actually is more ancestral when you jettison all that garbage, which was starvation food anyway. In the modern world, we don't need to be eating starvation food. Let's put it that way. And it's a waste of money. Just think of it. It takes longer to fucking prepare to eliminate the anti-nutrients, plus it costs more fucking money. So why were you wasting money? And why are you feeding? Also, let's put it this way, because some of the people in the low carb community talk about, environmental or whatever. And I'm going to these people, hold on, the most environmentally damaging food that you can actually have is a plant food. You basically create monocrops, monocultures, you eliminate diversity, species diversity, and you decimate the environment with a whole lot of petrochemical inputs. So you want to talk about, yours is better or the other. These communities are both wrong. The sad community and all that. What we offer is basically an ancestral approach, eating basically foods, nose to tail, and other animal based foods that are basically much healthier for people. And if they're done in a way, regenerative farming and stuff like that, and in a positive way, like we were doing in the past, you can build great soils, eliminating desertification, eliminating all these modern environmental problems that we have. Because animals basically build soils and create niches for other species. And those other species have some freedom to work, to live in that environment without being decimated by chemicals, by tractors, or by other things. Way simpler in that regard. So our argument is better on all fronts. But unfortunately, it's a struggle. I'll put your comment up just in case I didn't hear it. So if we don't want to supplement BC, well, if you want to pay money, that's good. You're helping and it's highly refined, which will be higher in deuterium. Go ahead. One might still not want to miss out on some leucine. You're going to get it. Look, there are rate limiting things. When you have complete protein from animal sources, it all works very well, believe me. And when you actually have supplements, you tend to uptake very rapidly. And this is why the utilization of supplements is low, 17%, similar to that of plants. Why? Because there's a rate limiting thing. Just because you can get it in faster compared to animal foods, which, will slow down and be absorbed over longer hours, slowly, you absorb it faster, yes, but you can't actually utilize it. There are rate limiting enzymes. You've got enzymes that need to basically, put it in and convert it into tissue. That takes time. So supplements just work too fast. And then part of that can't be utilized within that amount of time that's been absorbed will probably get converted to sugar. That is why I'm against supplements. That's why I'll never be sponsored by a protein supplement company because I bag them silly on the deuterium side and the utilization issue. So, as I said, eat your eggs, eat your meat, and you'll be fine. The old steak and eggs, nothing like it. What do you say to vegans who say, we ate dirt and drank pond scum water, and that's why we need to supplement nowadays, and cows are also just supplemented, so just take the pill, bigot. They're just talking garbage, absolute garbage. If you take a look at basically the availability of any real micronutrients in those sort of sources, even in the wild, they've been measured by some scientists, environmental scientists, and many others. They are so low, they're not going to do you much good. They are way below anything that a supplement. You really need to get them in real food, concentrated by the flesh of animals. There's a difference, So, yes, I know they're into their liquid fluid supplements, but, the rest of us just eat normal food. That's why our teeth work better. Our jaws don't deteriorate and fall apart because they actually work in basically, eating meat and becoming strong by, chewing on that meat. That's why now I can actually chew through, most carnies, we can chew through bones. That's what I do nowadays. In the past, if I did that, I'd get teeth that would crack left, right, and center. So, Yes,
Can you believe my dad actually cracked one of his teeth by eating pork cracklings? I was like, what the hell?
exactly. And here's me actually munching through actual bones, you know, with my teeth. I couldn't do that in the past. So, yes, there is the superiority of certain ancestral foods, and then the rest is just crap.
Pretty much.
It's the reason why so many people nowadays in the modern world, if you go back to the 1940s, 50s, people were two-thirds animal food, one-third plant-based. Now we're two-thirds plant and one-third animal. That means the people that are doing the SAD diet, the mixed macros. And we've seen an explosion in a whole lot of diseases. But the point that I did want to focus on is basically when we look, sarcopenia, osteoporosis has exploded since then. Go back to the 1950s and 60s and 40s. Did you ever hear of an old person having osteoporosis or sarcopenia or whatever? No, because they were getting in enough protein. Today, with the fear of protein, animal protein, and having so poor quality proteins, everybody's got fracturing things and have got all sorts of problems. You know, teeth are not strong. You know, teeth actually signify one thing. When you've got weak teeth, it means you've got weak bones as well. It's a bit of a giveaway. You know, if you're building strong teeth, you're building strong bones. So, you know, it's part of the muscle skeletal stuff, the skeletal things. Your teeth are part of the skeletal thing structure. So if your teeth are basically falling apart, there's something wrong with your diet or that you're doing. So, you know, pretty much. Anyway, yes. I have a few vegan friends who are purely into it for ethics. Yes, we know. Fucking hell. Ethics. Yes, where do they derive them? They don't derive them from God, they derive them from their own assholes. Basically, let's be completely honest. They're subjective nonsense. As I say, we are all speciesists. If you take a look at a cow, you think it gives a shit about humans? You think a lion gives a shit about any other animal? Every single species is a species. They are focused on the perpetuation of their own species. Anyone who accepts Darwinian logic, evolution, and these people do, they claim to, claim to, one, accept evolution, they're atheists and all that. And if they accept that, I don't have to be an atheist to accept evolution, but they accept those sort of notions. There's, the survival of the species, or the species basically competing and adapting to their environment to survive. Well, basically, what does that mean? That means they're all species, because if they weren't, they would not survive to this point. So it's the natural thing to be a species. Not being a species is basically being a dumb fuck that doesn't understand their own biology or rejects actual natural law. That's how you should basically talk to these fuckers and tell them to stick their ethics up their fucking ass, their make-believe shit. Their little, basically cute furry animals and their cute furry nonsense. They can take a wank over their cute furry bullshit. Anyway, I respect that. Not me. They know that they are sick and deteriorating. Fuck, they are. Useless fucking humans that basically degenerating the rest of the humanity with them, with the sad dieters. They are basically an enemy against their own species. That's how I would classify their sort of thinking, as basically, from my religious perspective, as demonic, wanting to destroy human species. From an evolutionary point of view, if I take it from a scientific evolutionary point, they are basically working against their own interests of their own species. It's the only intelligence, well, I wouldn't call it intelligence, but a species who is using their intelligence to think in a stupid way. do not allow them to basically take the moral high ground, because they've got none. They've got no fucking moral high ground. They're a bunch of crackpots, a bunch of loonies, or kids that never grew up, okay? That watch too much Sesame Street and too much fucking, Disney, and think animals can talk to them. They watch too much of that cartoon shit and all that, and they basically have got issues up here. They should be locked up rather than basically listened to. Their ethics are basically bullshit, based from a religious foundation or an evolutionary Darwinian foundation. Give us a fucking break. Sorry, being quite harsh, but that is the truth. And if people don't like the truth, they can go fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned. Okay, can breathing through one's nose replace citrulline? Asking for a friend. Okay. Look, breathing through one's nose does increase nitric oxide. Okay? Eating primarily animal foods and all that, also higher in arginine, also helps with the nitric oxide. Citrulline is another booster, especially if people have been for a long time, have a lot of blood pressure issues and a whole lot of other things. As a good vasodilator over time, can help improve that side of things by increasing nitric oxide, which also helps to clear up, and improve endothelial function. On the other hand, it's also a great Viagra trick half an hour before, for those who basically don't want to spend money on things that potentially have side effects as well. Yes, so that's a biohack for the adventurous side of people that don't want to use that sort of stuff. Yes, so that's basically it. Yes, breathing through one's nose is the correct way of actually the ancestral way of breathing, and it does improve nitric NO production. Plus, it depends where they are. Obviously, citrulline is a hack because a lot of people have not been on an ancestral diet from birth. They still may have a lot of an endothelial dysfunction and may need a bit of a support as they're transitioning to a cleaner diet and improving themselves over time. So, and I suspect their missus will also appreciate their better performance as well, that she doesn't have to wait for a couple of years for the carnivore diet to improve things. Anyway, let's move on. Do you have a new camera, Luke? It's so clear.
It's just because it's daytime. That's the reason. Speaking of daytime, I think you need to be leaving. I scheduled a time at the gym, and yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Go and enjoy your time at the gym. Yes, please hit the like button. It's simple. You go, you find a little thing there, you click on it, and it's so bloody simple. It's not going to cause you any. What is that? Is that you? I said it's not going to cause you any RSI by hitting the like button. Believe me.
Precisely. Yes. So yeah, enjoy the show, everyone. Don't forget to hit the like button, and I'll see y'all later. Stay well, everyone.
Thanks, Lukey. See you, mate.
See ya.
Anyway, back to this colourful character. Hi, Harry. Luke, everyone. G'day, Trouble. Oh, you missed it. You'll have to rewind back to the beginning. I can't be telling you. It's a secret. And there'll be no live stream tomorrow. Family things and me sorting out things at home as well. So I decided to do an announcement and a night Q&A, a late Q&A thing. So that's what's happening. So, and by doing it this late, it sort of allowed both the Australasian crowd to come in, the European crowd, and the North American crowd as they're waking up. sort of staggering out of bed and going, oh, fuck, has Harry got another bloody live stream this early? Yeah, something along those lines. Anyway, oh yeah, trouble, Harry. Ah, yes, all the crowd. Good salutations from Zombie. Oh, yes, ethics. People need to start thinking a bit harder. Animals eat, animals are. Exactly. I could go on. This really pisses me off. Yes, me too. In Germany, Audi is supposed to stop selling industrial crowded meat. Produced meat, you mean? Okay, it's interesting. Yes, good for them. If they're going to, you know, is that stop selling it completely, all animal foods, or are they just the industrial stuff? If it's the industrial, that's good. If they're trying to promote better sourced animal nutrition. Besides, consume milk with 8% fat. I'm curious if lactose is also higher. No, because you have to remember the ratios. Remember, they take the cream off. That's why it goes down to about 4%, in like 4 to 4.5% in full cream. So, yeah, they don't remove the cream. Okay, and so the in the fluid, in 100 ml fluid, you're going to have more fat to sugar ratio. Same thing happens in the low, like when they remove all the cream and they make it a low, the sugar content goes up as a percentage, of the actual nutrients, because the rest, a large of it is water, is actually, primarily fluids. So, yes. We live in opposite worlds where the healthiest and best environmental choices are the opposite of what we are told precisely. It's crazy. Yes, what people think. I ate chicken wings, tip bones and all. Ah, yes, me too. I actually love crunching through the actual wings of the chicken, crunching through. Yeah, I have to say, yes. And all their bones, I use literally all the ends of the bones. I literally munch away. You know, sometimes people see me at work and they go, "What the fuck's Harry doing?" But maybe that will go. God, Harry can do that, and I can't. Maybe there's something in this, eating more animal foods. So you never know. Some people, I've actually noticed a few people changing a few things, and a few people adopting the carnivore diet at work. You know, and some even approaching me saying, "Oh, I'm sort of doing this," and and asking me. So interesting. So sometimes we can lead by example. People see us, they see improvements, they see us, they go, this may be something into it, and then they give it a try. So nothing to be lost. Yes, you don't need to ram it down people's throat. All you need to do is basically just demonstrate and they'll see the changes in you. They'll see what you can do, and then they'll go, I may give it a try. So that does happen sometimes. Yes. Ah, yes, foil hat. It's good to know that but also you've been protecting yourself with all that foil around those bones. Tooth enamel is the strongest part of the human body. If that's fucked, you're fucked. Yes. A very good way of putting it, zombie. Yes. Ah, yes. Even Lukey agrees with you. And Dom's very, very much entertained. Don't know why it did that. It's actually gone more orangey at the moment. I haven't changed any of the lights. Must be magic. So take your leucine on meat filled stomach. Yes, nothing like beautiful leucine from a true animal. Just sent them to Jade video called "Does God Want Us Eating Animals?" Ethics. Well, when God was offered animals or grains, what did he appreciate? The animal offering. That's what the Old Testament tells us, the animal offering, not the plants. Yes, not the starvation foods. So I would say I know what, yes, he would appreciate more. Us eating in this fallen realm foods which build strong humans. Fasting mimicking diets are basically like vegan diets. As I said, abstaining from things is a sacrifice. That's what a fast is, like a sacrifice to basically, but you can't sustain that forever, otherwise you'll die. Okay, God doesn't want you to just throw away your life like that either. So on a vegan diet, and you don't need to eat to fast. You don't need to eat plants. You can give them a miss. Good to see you here, Commodore. Thank you, Trouble. Yes. Throw in a vegan and it really fires up the Roy power. Yes, I am. Greek. I'm Orthodox Christian. So, yes. I was baptized Greek Orthodox, and I had a period where I moved away from my faith, became an atheist, and in more recent years came back to my faith. Yes. I've talked about it in the past in some of my other live streams. I won't bother going into it now. I may do a special video one day to sort of, cover sort of my coming back to the faith, so to speak, reasons and all that sort of stuff. But we'll leave that for another day. I just squashed 3 flies today and didn't even bother to eat them. Oh, that's awful of you. How dare you throw away some good protein? What is wrong with you? As I said, you llamas are just, or are you an alpaca? What can I say? Fucked if I know. I don't care how it makes you look ethically. Go and ask a lion how it feels ethically. Yes. Just hopefully it's in the middle of the day when it's still sort of, panting and can't really do much. I wouldn't go in the evening, give that a miss. You're also right about the kids that never grow up. Yes, ethical vegans tend to be people who were abused or neglected as kids. Yes, very much, very much. No. Wacky Toaster, Angry Harry. Nah, Harry doesn't have an angry bone in his, I may basically, the bit of the exaggeration when it comes to the indignation and the rant. But, even when it comes to the vegans, I hope they find their way back to the human species and, realize the stupidity of their ways. I don't like seeing any human as an Orthodox Christian. I hope they come back from darkness to the light and realize the errors of their ways, and they find salvation, because they're not going to find it on the demonic, misanthropic diet that they're on currently and lifestyle. So, yes. Still prefer the ethical vegans over the arse hats who say it's better for health and environment. Look, you've got to. I respect them that they at least have, some. It may be a false foundation, but at least they have, and that's why when eventually they do come over to the carnivore society or back to faith, they tend to be better, way better people and more caring people about both the environment and human health and humans in general. So there are positives to having some of those personality quirks. But while they're in that sort of misanthropic cult, they can be dangerous for humanity. The sort of barrow or what they're promoting, and the sort of that they can potentially fall into darkness, into real deep misanthropic darkness. And we can see it basically with, Richard, Vegan Gains, how vile, how demonic his thinking is, hating other humans, children or whatever. He's lost the plot. So that's, or getting to the stage where some of them are so misanthropic and so vile, they actually would like to see the death of all humanity, the complete extermination of humans. We're talking about crazy thoughts. That means where they literally shift way into the dark side, so let's not forget, Adolf Hitler was plant-based. He was basically a vegetarian. Probably today he would have been a vegan, These people hate humans, Their ideology is a hateful ideology. Yeah. So I don't hate them, but they hate themselves. And from there, by hating themselves, they hate the rest of humanity. They are really have descended into darkness. So Dr. Gregor is a vegan god. Prove me wrong. I do not disagree with you at all. He's an incredible athletic god of the vegan kill cult. The misanthropic, the Church of Anorexia Vegana. He's a true god of the Church of Anorexia Vegana, one of the greatest deities of our time. Hope you like me. You enjoyed that. Have you seen the vitamin B12 is protective against COVID-19? Not peer reviewed yet through. Yeah, I have, but it's not. Look, how might that work? I haven't read the study yet, so I can't. But I have heard of it. I think it may be related to methylation, because there are methylation processes that are involved in, in terms of the body being less inflamed. So being less inflamed, the body is able to respond better to, to these sort of to viruses, to bacteria, to all these sort of things. That's sort of where it's coming from. And that shows a superiority of an ancestral diet. And I think Mary Ruddock has actually talked about this, how she's seen amongst, even though COVID is around in Africa, you see it in the cities. But when you go to these rural areas where, people are, there's no lockdowns or anything like that. People are moving between rural and city areas. But in the rural tribal areas, you don't see, where people are on an ancestral diet, the sun, vitamin D, which is very protective and basically maintains a good functioning immune system, plus the sort of ancestral foods which reduce inflammation through proper methylation and stuff like that, proper functioning of the body. So it is just another sort of component showing the superiority of an animal-based diet that basically furnishes protection to the human. So when we look back through archaeological history, while we may see some incidents of you know some health issues, some we look at the bones of hunter gatherers and we can actually see some stress fractures and stuff like that. What we don't see is the endemic health problems or disease state that we see basically in people living in cities. So once you move into a city away from an ancestral diet, you become way more susceptible to viruses, bacteria, and other sort of you know toxins in the environment. Less capacity to detox, less capacity to deal with a lot of these things. So it doesn't surprise me that vitamin B12 is protective, in this regard. And it will vary between humans because there's going to be different levels of other sort of nutrients that come from animal foods that people have varied differences. But it does not surprise me that people that are eating more animal-based diets have higher levels of B12 will basically do much better in an environment. And we can see this basically even North America, the plain Indians. I've talked about it in the past when some of the new European diseases came through for the first time. The American plain Indians, those ones that were actually on the plains, they sustained some of these diseases. Very small numbers actually perished. So it showed the superiority of an animal-based diet, where those who are closer to the coast, more, like maize and things like that, corn and stuff like that, or potatoes, they consumed more plant-based diets. They actually were devastated in their thousands. We saw collapses of their civilizations. Their whole societies collapsed. Where when the Europeans came back after Columbus and many others, they came back and they saw all these buildings and they didn't know who built them. For a long time, it took a long time before modern archaeology worked out who actually built them. So that tells you something that an animal-based diet will furnish greater protection. It's not 100%, let's be honest. We even know that basically even the bubonic plague killed a number of people amongst the Mongols, but the amount of deaths amongst the Mongols from bubonic plague was very low, very low. But amongst the people that they conquered, who were more civilized and used a more plant-based, had more plants in their diet, less animal foods compared to the Mongols, which were purely, animal-based diets, they had less of these problems. It's the reason why they were able to conquer so effectively, because they didn't have much disease within their population. It was more the vulnerable, the older, or very young that were susceptible to these diseases. But once somebody got into teenage years and adulthood and mid years and all that, which they were robust and strong on their animal-based diet, no deaths amongst those. It was only the very, very frail and old, and that was very close to death anyway. They would have died anyway from so many cell divisions and so much senescence. They were more vulnerable, so it was just basically killing them maybe a year or two earlier. And the younger kids who still didn't have a robust developed immune system by that stage because they were still too young. So that was the only reasons why infant mortality was higher, and mortality of the very old was also higher for those reasons. But everybody else, not the case, unless you lived in a grain-based civilization. That's when you saw massive deaths from these things. So it does not surprise me whatsoever that this would be the case. So, yes. And Dom, somebody did email me about it as well. But I just, too many other things that have happened in the last week for me to have time to basically look at that stuff. I haven't even been able to do any videos. Oh, It does not surprise me that you would make that comment, Mr. Gregor. Get back on your treadmill. Harry on ethical vegans, priceless. Thanks, Robert. Vegan ghosts. Oh, yes, shocking. Yes, you should see some of them when they get really emaciated. They look like terrible fucking ghosts. Yes, yes. Oops. Jaffa, good to see you, mate. I walked in on Harry going off. It was wondrous. I'm happy you enjoyed it. And another comment from Jaffa, but I agree. Fuck ethical vegans with their Clayton ethics. Yes, exactly. Very much so. Raw milk has lactose, which counteracts lactase, which counteracts lactose too. Yes, it does. We lose a lot of things in pasteurized milk. Lactoferrin, which I've talked about, to deal with lectins. There is so much nutrient, let alone you lose vitamin C. You lose a lot of the water-soluble vitamins in particular. Fat-soluble vitamins, not too bad in that regard. Some are degraded slightly, which isn't a good thing. Generally speaking, you're really extracting less micronutrients, more just macros, and they're not actually even in the proper sort of proportionality in terms of what you'd get in a more natural raw. Even the one that I get, the raw milk, doesn't have that much higher fat content. They do it still has higher amount compared to the general commercialized stuff, but they still do siphon off a bit for their own cream products and some of their kefirs and stuff like that. So that sort of annoys me a bit. But anyway, it is what it is in that regard. It's just that's the sort of commercial world we live in, unfortunately. But I still enjoy it. Oh, never apologise. Yes. I had a couple of glasses. That doesn't surprise me. I have a golden glue, Gregor mentioned. You've probably got one of those little statues of him, don't you? Which you caress. Have you tried putting it on a launcher? See what happens. Probably shatter itself like the real Gregor would. Snap, crackle, and pop. Bones, that is, of a vegan. And you can actually use it as a joke, What does an old vegan sound like? Crack, shatter, and pop. I know, poor quality comedy on this channel, but I had to come up with something. Cain was made unhinged and violent from his cringe vegan diet. Exactly. Now let that be a lesson to you, veg-tarded out there. That was a nice one, Commodore. Thanks for the laugh. I enjoyed that one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what are these vegans are doing? They're trying to make them fake meats that taste like the real stuff. Isn't it funny? What a bunch of fucking cockwombles. Nah. He was definitely plant-based. It was grains. There wasn't much fruit in the Middle East. It was only very limited seasonal stuff. We're talking about an arid environment, not conducive, and it's not tropical. Carnivore posted a study recently showing that crickets have mostly pseudo vitamin B12 rather than actual useful B12. So crickets would be terrible source of B12. Yes, they would. But they do still provide West Africans and a number of other populations around the world. It's still good quality protein. The protein is pretty good, but some of the sort of micronutrients, it a lot of look. Crickets have are a good source of minerals in the diet. They are a good source of proteins. But when it comes to B12 and a few other things, they sort of lack a bit. But that's how it is. Fat soluble vitamins, they don't have the same level in terms of per 100 grams compared to so. But on the mineral side, they're pretty good, and on the protein side, they're pretty good, and they do provide a good level of protein for some West Africans who are in a more arid environment and have limited access. So it works for some, but obviously, and they do make flour. So it's, if carnivores want to make their own fake stuff, fake plants, they could use the flour from these sort of crickets. That's an option. I sort of go, why would you bother? But anyway, but if you wanted to, maybe for your kids as an option, that would be a pretty good idea. And kids usually need more minerals because they're growing bones and stuff like that, and they do need to mineralize that, that protein matrix of their bones. So they need that sort of stuff. So yes. Anyway, if you love a good vegan rant, Harry, you should join You Did It Wrong Discord. We have had some glorious triggered vegans over there. You would destroy them. Actually, Sky did send me a couple of emails. She invited me. She wants to do a bit of a collab and stuff like that. So I said, look, because of my uncle and other issues like that, I said, I'll get back to you. So she has contacted me. So she's a great lady, and I will at some point will come on her Discord, and I will be trying to organise something to do with her soon. So that's in the works. But unfortunately, I've just been tied up with a lot of things recently, which has just made it really hard for me to do any collaboration. I've done nothing with Bart, or haven't got back to to a number of people. So there's that. So yes, it's all about having the time. It's other priorities in people's lives, like myself at the moment. So there are those things. But yes, it would be fun to have a bit of take the piss out of these people, since they won't come or try to debate me. It would be nice to basically, yes. It's really easy to basically pull them apart. As you can see, some of the arguments I've put up here, they just would not be able to handle them, just pull their whole arguments apart. But yes. And next month, as I have promised next month to start doing some anti-vegan, the myths and falsehoods. So I'll be doing some small little snippet type stuff as well. So I'll be getting my act together and trying to produce a number of those. I've got a whole month, so I'll try to do a bit of small snippets. So I've got half of my stuff already organized I still need to do, so next probably Wednesday, I'm going to try and actually get the other half. So I've got everything ready to go. So then I just have to just do it on the prompt, the little video things. So that will then create little, like, a couple of minutes. I think I'm going to try and keep them within 5 minutes. So they're not. So I'm going to be doing it. The way I'll be doing it is I've written things out. So I'll be literally going through my own transcript. So I can keep it within the 5 minutes or less. So because if I just basically talk on the fly like I normally do, I tend to basically, the time sort of escapes me, as you guys know. So I need to basically contain myself within a time limit, force myself to stick to a time limit to be able to do these. So then you guys can post them and use them as polemic, as attack videos in a sense, against the Church of Anorexia Vegana. So yes, they are coming. Hi, Sky. Afternoon, Harry. Would you say that veganism is a cop of middle-class people who need more ways to feel oppressed? Yeah, basically. I'd pay that. Yes. Unfortunately, middle-class people that never grew up, or they live in a sheltered environment far away from any war zone or anything like that. So if you go back up until the Second World War, or up until the 50s, really, humans were pretty much slaughtering each other left, right, and center globally, or living very hard and doing it off the land. There was still a lot of people living on the land. I mean, real industrialization didn't really take off until after the Second World War. It was the interwar years where we saw the initial beginnings of industrialization, big. Prior to that, it was coal industry, rail, and stuff like that. But still a lot of people, depended on more traditional type working activities. But then, there were no middle class. There were only basically farmers, working class, and a small elite, pretty much for most of the history of humanity since our tribal beginnings, where we were basically all part of one collective tribal group. We're all, tribal equals, and all, had to pitch in as hunters and stuff like that, and we basically shared the spoils. That's how we live. That's why things like mateship. That's why things like these sort of working class ideas, the sort of ideas of people basically identifying with each other and all that. It comes from our tribal roots. Where people don't like being nasty to each other. They like to be cooperative and working. You only have a few evil people out there that have been brainwashed with some of the modern ideas, but or what I call the ideas of civilization. Elites telling you to basically go and actually kill other humans, so they can make more profits at the rest of humanity's expense. So prior to that, for millions of years, we basically lived with upregulating our empathetic genes and working in a collaborative way. And we saw that if people go and check the video that I did about the savanna chimps, they will actually see that these chimps start cooperating. They're less selfish than wild chimps. These ones on the savanna cooperate. They start behaving. They live in caves. They start doing things that our early hominins would have done, and upregulating their empathetic genes, working more cooperatively, because that's the only way to hunt without being eaten by the big cats on the savanna. So these changed behaviors. That's why, our society works, and why people want fairness and stuff like that. The reason where that comes from, it comes from basically that. The problem is when you get disconnected from the real world. That means you live in a city now. You're enjoying living standards where your ancestors never enjoyed. You've got a complete disconnect from your food supply. You've got a disconnect from nature, from the threats in nature, all that. When they say post-human, it basically is a post-human ideology, because humans were interconnected with nature. They had a relationship with, the production of food, or the acquisition of food and stuff like that. They understood it. They they cherished it. They had a very different. They had they would sit around a campfire, or they would sit around, you know, and have a meal together. The sort of family meals and all that, extended families, bigger families. But the modern world has created these nuclear families, disconnected from each other, and basically more susceptible to being manipulated compared to the past. Where the past, you had certain values, strong values, some ethical values within the family unit. You you had faith, you had a lot of things. A lot of these things have been eroded, completely eroded and lost. And that's why these people are susceptible to these neo, you know, bullshit type, belief systems and ethical systems that are based on these misanthropic belief systems. They are susceptible. And the middle class, you can see it. Why do you think basically it's very easy to guilt trip middle class people? Really easy. This is why, they go, it's healthy to eat a bit more plants and eat this and that. You hear them all the time, in their fucking woke, sort of stupid, disconnected way. And this is what they do, and that's why they're very susceptible to this type of messaging, because of this disconnection with nature, with their history, with, the sort of relationships of humans. All they know is, what's their life? Their life is basically a life of getting up in the morning, working in an environment they hate, to basically get enough money to buy toys so they can go home all alone and play with their toys. This is the sort of, moral, cultural disintegration that we see in the modern middle class, where they've lost, and this is why they're not happy. They hate themselves. They're not happy with their lives, and why they turn to destructive behaviors and stuff like that. Something different from the normal, something different from this basically life. This, they hate themselves. They hate things around them and all that. Where in the past, people had community. They knew each other. They went to the same church, or they had connections with their family and all that, their extended family. That's all broken down very severely in our modern world, the way it's actually evolved. So, yes, we've created great wonders, technological wonders, but with it, we've changed the way relationships work in our society. And we've basically created this post-human demonic culture that's basically really making everybody unhappy, and pretty much making us believe bizarre, crazy things, that if you were to say these things to a person back in the 50s or 60s, they would look at you funny, as if you just came from Mars or somewhere, because that's how weird and crazy these things. And this thinking is permeating our society and becoming more pervasive in the society. We've lost our soul as a species. We've really lost our way so badly. It's horrifying, It's it's the reason why people are so unhappy, so disconnected. You know what? When I was in hospital, just there with my uncle who was sick and all that, you know, he was happy to see me. He really thanked me for being there, for turning up and caring. I mean, we nearly cried together. He sort of cried. He became teary-eyed. I sort of, gave him a bit of a hug and sort of comforting. We don't have that anymore. We've lost a lot of that connection. It's the thing that I see around me, and I realize why because I still have connection, because I've still got very close friends. Like my Sean, he's like my brother. He's a friend. He's not genetically related to me, but he's like a brother. I call him a brother. I call Kim a brother. It's because we have that connection. We have a community. We have, we're there for each other. A lot of people have lost that. And I can tell you, your laptop, your game console, your woke ways or any of the other, this other crap is not going to make you happy. These people are unhappy. You can have more money. Money is not going to make you happy. You can see a whole lot of rich people, literally their lives falling apart continuously. Why? Because money doesn't make you happy. It's community, strong friendships. That is the real treasure. That is the real wealth. Our ancestors understood that and really cherished it and maintained it. Today, our consumer-based driven bullshit society is the thing that's torn apart those connections and replaced them with fake connections. And that's why none of us are happy. We're so disconnected. And I say to people, you want happiness? Happiness comes from community, from reconnecting with other people. True happiness comes from, you see this tribal people, they sit around a campfire, nudging each other, joking with each other. They're not lonely. They've got community. They're connected. And they're on an ancestral diet, on a proper diet, so they don't have lunatic ideas either, like the vegans. So we can learn a lot from these people. Unfortunately, they are being bulldozed over by the modern world. We've got a lot to learn from them, from our ancestors. But unfortunately, we've got what my father used to call the stupid box. That's the TV. He calls it the stupid box. And Dad was right. It is a stupid box. It's a propaganda medium like Goebbels would have loved, to have. He used the cinema to do his propaganda movies. He was another veg-tarded, plant-based like Hitler. And these people are authoritarian. That's how they think. They hate humans. They hate this connected human culture. Our traditional human cultures was basically heavily animal-based for most of our existence and community-based. We've lost a lot of that. A lot of that's been decimated, especially in the more recent times in the modern world. And that's, why we've got such disconnection, where we're truly suffering because of it. We can restore it. We can work hard to sort of bring it back. Our community's trying to basically bring back good animal nutrition and also to create a more vibrant community, encouraging people within this community to make the connections. And when you eat an animal-based diet, you're happier. Your body actually functions better. And as it starts functioning better, you start being able to make connections. You're not as anxious. You're more calm, these anxious, angry, unhappy vegans, the diet has a lot to do with it as well, So we've got positive things to give humanity, and we should be promoting these things. But it's going to be hard because we've got the stupid box, as my dad would say, which has brainwashed a lot of people and working very hard. G'day, Bart. Good to see you, mate. Jared, which is working very hard to undermine our species in many ways. And when I look around at the amount of health problems, Sky, that exists, I mean, you deal with some yourself because in the field that you work, helping people that are in the same sort of suffering situation. And the two things is nutrition and community. And these are the things that we're fighting to hold on to and rebuild, and it's a hard slog. The reality is it's a hard slog for us, but I'm optimistic that a large part of humanity will wake up to themselves, because if they don't, yes, they're going to go by the way of the dodo, so to speak, and what a waste. That would be awful if that were to happen. I hope I never see it. Let's put it that way. Anyway, as you can see, mate, I've fallen behind on the live stream, but that's normal. It's the Harry Sopanos live stream, as you know, and Harry always falls behind. Now, where am I? Where's my spot? I decided to play with my... Oops. Anyway, I'll move further down. Very much trouble. Very much. They do. There's no joy in that. Don't know. Maybe. One can only hope. That's typical of you. Damn capitalist. Communities yes. Yes, they're really on a bender. Some of them, I mean, I've seen vegan deterioration have a few like vegan on vegan thing. Yeah, it's just crazy. As I said, their deranged diet is making deranged people that are actually even fighting amongst themselves. They will eat themselves up. Yeah, it's a crazy community. Yes. I have let T1 know Harry's live, but no reply. He must be busy. Yes, Frog Boy, he's basically probably cooking something up, or he's out on a bender, or he's in Sky's dungeon. Oh, God, get a life, you guys. You know me, Raymond. Somebody has to. God. Oh, God. The moneymen have appeared. Jared, good to see you, mate. I have to say, I enjoyed Bart's take on Lane fucking Norton, that piece of shit, that excrement of a human. Yes. What a fucking cockwomble that is. Absolutely annoying, I find him. He's a bit like, him. Actually, even Gregor's better. Even though his message is shit, even Gregor is better than Lane Norton. The only other person I find just as annoying as Lane would be Mick the vegan. Those two are just, God, what fucking cockwombles those twos are. It's just incredible. Absolutely annoying as. Yes, exactly. Thanks, Jared. Exactly. It's what we're missing today is those two fundamental things, nutrition and community, which we once had, and we should prize that. It's so important. Because happiness comes through having good communities, and eating good food maintains good functioning bodies. and also good mental states. They go hand in hand. And we've jettisoned both for the trinkets. Let's just have some trinkets and have fun with trinkets. The reality is you're not going to get fun with trinkets unless there's a high powerful rifle and there's an animal in front. That I can enjoy, that sort of trinket. Yes. The rest is pretty much mindless. Fair enough. Yeah. See, Jared. Hey, do you want to come on, Sky? Bart, do you guys want to come on? I can send you an invite. I'll send you an invite. If you want to come on, you can come on. If you don't, up to you. I'll leave it. Depending how you feel. And the proton meal is Oops, come on, work. Anyway, I've sent Bart and I've sent Sky a link. So if they want to come on, feel free to, guys. I'm going to be on here for, what is it now? Probably for maybe another hour. And so if you want to come on, do come on. And don't you forget it. What did you think Harry would come up with all these great philosophical ideas? Fission. More like fusion. It's a bigger effect. Oh, is Michelle Lowe shed? No idea. If Bart was to come on, then as I said, if Bart was to come on, then we could ask him, how's his dear friend Michelle Lowe doing? Has he had any contact with a witch or not? Maybe Ted has been having secret conversations behind Bart's back. We will find out. I suspect so. That little deviant Western Australian. Yes, very much so. Yes, Sky's a good lady. If she wasn't, she'd milk him dry. Yeah, Lame thinks a lot of things are okay. He's a fucking cockwomble. An absolute moron. Yes. As I said earlier, it's you've got the two camps, um, and both of those camps, the low fat, low carb camps, just don't understand the Randall cycle. They've got no connection. They don't even understand nuanced things like how the level of muscle or the level of deuterium can have an effect on this sort of energy sort of state that can either initiate at a different gradient the actual Randall cycle, and then how high the sort of effect can be depending on the energy substrates and the how fast they're coming in, all these things, the sort of more nuanced things. But generally speaking, they miss all this sort of stuff. They've got no idea. And it wouldn't surprise me that he would be promoting seed oils. Most of the crackpots out there, the low, the those sort of calories in, calories out type lunatics. Yes, a hypothesis that has failed to prove itself ever, and it will. It never will. It's just nonsensical. I mean, even when it comes to basically different fats, they respond differently. Hormonally in the body. Even in the mitochondria, like stearic acid and palmitate, they actually work different. They actually induce reverse electron transport and additional biogenesis of mitochondria. So increasing the density, mitochondrial density, changes that energy flux as well. There are so many things, both at the mitochondrial level, at the hormonal level, and all that these people completely miss. Let alone understanding the Randall cycle and how those mechanisms work and the blockading, of the actual lipolysis and glycolysis that can happen due to mixing high amounts of sugar and fat. They just don't get it. It's a good system, don't get me wrong. Engaging the Randall cycle seasonally as a tribal person and building up a certain level of fat so you have it for a rainy day when it's harder to get some nutrients and some energy in, you know. But now we're doing it chronically, 24/7, 365 days of the year, and we're just building up tissue like mad. That's the difference. But these crackpots with their calorie in, calorie out, just don't understand it. And and don't get it. It's crazy out there. It's a weird, crazy world full of lane crackpots and all sorts of other weirdos. Nope. Not hopping on right now, Harry. Sorry. Got you in the background while I do housework. Fair enough, Miss Sky. That's okay. She's resting her voice. Yeah, definitely, we'll try. We'll do. I'll get back to you, Sky, next week, and we'll try and organise something and do something together. And also, but if you want to, sometime next week, you want to do something, let me know. If there's any controversial things you think I may have can contribute in any good way for your news thing that you're doing, count me in that regard. So yeah, but I suspect you're busy at the moment as well, since you haven't responded to my email. So fair enough. This was just an impromptu thing that I'm doing anyway. So, and it's probably quite late. It's probably after 12 for you, mate. I'm surprised you're not in bed, tucked away with Ted. What the fuck, mate? Anyway, thanks for being here, mate. I appreciate it. All the support. And thanks, Sky, as well, and everyone else for being here. We will continue moving on with the rest of the comments. Yeah, he actually is. He actually, unlike yes, Harry, we need to do a thing for the news thing. Yep. But yes, busy. Ted sends you an email a few minutes ago. Did he? Oh, let's see what Ted came up with. He's a devious bear. The possibilities are endless. Oh, it's a PDF. Oops. Come on, download. Ah, good. Oops. Over here. Ah, yes, I expected that from Ted.
What, are you retarded?
Oh, I must be Ted. I must be. You, that was directed towards Harry, you realise, not towards, this loving character called Roy. This is the Roy show, remember? I don't expect anything else from Ted. Hey, mate, get to sleep. Stick to the circadian rhythms. Otherwise, Ted will have to give you a spanking for not getting to bed in time. Oops. All over the place. Hold on. Find my spot again. Oh, well, it moved forward. Lost that spot. I've already covered that. Left to find my other spots. Give me a sec, give me a sec. It disengaged. And yes. God. G'day, Christina. Good to see you. I know you have a bit of a hello earlier. Ah, yes. Always a surprise. I like to surprise people. That's it. I'm on call. Potentially. Oops. Oops. He's going to a vegan short videos, okay. That's the announcement. Uh, somebody's making up tall stories. Location. 515. Good to see you, mate. Fair enough. Fair enough. Why not? Work late and just couldn't sleep in. 5-minute video, Harry videos. I'll believe it when I see it. That's why I had to literally write it out to make sure that I could do it in 5 minutes. Because normally I don't. It's just impromptu, off the cuff. That was the earlier comment from Mr. K turning up. His lordship is probably off to bed with Teddy. We won't go into the nuances of that one. At least it's a teddy bear in the bed and not a sheep. I just lost a lot of friends in New Zealand. Couldn't help it. He's actually probably gone at the moment, so I can say anything. And Richard's not here because he's probably asleep. So they can't make any comments. Keep on going with all this New Zealand banter. Kiwi magic. That's what they tell me they do in bed. Yeah, I'm not going to comment. Oops. Oh, that was very smart, Harry. Move on. Harry, I keep hearing about MSM supplements for anti-inflammation. What's your opinion? Does that work? I've actually used it. I use MSM. I promote it as well. Look, when I was going through, especially a lot of oxalate dumping, oxalate does it actually burns through a lot of sulfur. So MSM is it's a good sulfur to actually put back in, because you don't want to be overtaxing your taurine, because taurine is required for a lot of biological processes. So you still need a certain level of sulfur to be added back, because oxalate does tear away quite a bit. And you will notice when you do put MSM back, it does help with collagen, and basically, like keratin sort of binds it together in your hair, in your nails and stuff like that. It does improve those things. So if you're on an ancestral diet from a child, you probably wouldn't need to supplement. But I usually, people that come off a non-species appropriate diet, I usually encourage them to supplement these sort of things, taurine, MSM, things like that, for a period of time, for a couple of years. And, it just basically improves their level of sulfur in their body, improves their collagen, improves their endothelial function. It does a lot of things like that. And with tissue repair, healing and stuff like that. It's just basically on inappropriate diets, we become extremely depleted. And so I don't recommend it to everyone. It depends on what the sort of health situations are, which people describe to me before. I usually focus on meat, sun, and depending if you're over 50, usually taurine supplementation, because a lot of people would have been quite depleted, and still people may have digestive issues and other things like that, may not be able to eat as much meat as they require. So there are a whole lot of issues why I may encourage people to use these things. It depends. It varies from people to people, and it depends on what they're dealing with and what issues. So it's not a sort of a carte blanche for everyone. But the old saying, horses for courses. It depends on your circumstances, whether I'll recommend something like that or not. I haven't done a specific video on MSM yet. I do plan to, and it will be nuanced for, who needs it, who doesn't, the circumstances you would take it, stuff like that. Like all sulfur, it does help with inflammation as well. Most people who are on a carnivore diet, who have kicked the plant habits and a lot of other things, do tend to see their inflammation come down. So the value isn't so much there. Now, they still may have oxalate dumping, and that can create a certain level of inflammation and can burn through sulfur stores within the body. And sulfur is required as part of the methylation system. So even your methylation can be affected, how effectively you can deal with homocysteine and things like that if you've got a lot of oxalate. So oxalate can impede proper detoxification because it burns through a lot of sulfur. So this is where, if somebody tells me I've got a lot of oxalate dumping and stuff like that, I usually encourage MSM and citric acid as a sort of a solution for that problem. But generally speaking, does everybody need it? Probably not. Depends on the circumstances. As I said, if you've consumed quite a lot of oxalate-rich foods, and you've got also a lot of potentially, you've been doing it for quite a few years, and you've got a lot of sort of oxalate crystals in your bones as well and stuff like that, MSM is going to be very useful for those sort of purposes, So, yeah, there are reasons for it. If somebody comes from a SAD diet, transitions to a sort of a carnivore diet from a SAD diet, I wouldn't recommend it because they're not going to have as much oxalate deposits. But if somebody's been on especially have consumed a lot of greens that are rich in oxalates for a very long time, definitely there's a place for MSM and citric acid to deal with those issues, and probably ongoing issues for a number of years to be resolved. As you got cellular turnover over about 7 odd years, you will be releasing at different rates and different degrees a certain level of oxalate, which you have to deal with, So until you get it to a much lower level where it's less problematic to your bones. And so even you can be on a carnivore diet and still have a lot of oxalate deposits in joints and stuff like that, and still have a number of some level of inflammation and pain in those areas, and it may take a number of years to really clear out. So, as I said, none of us have been on an ancestral diet from birth, and a lot of us have done a lot of, wacky things in terms of nutrition for a long time, both in terms of oxalate-rich foods, especially people that went through the paleo, low-carb, keto type, eat as many fucking greens as you can sort of period in their life, like me. So, yeah, those sort of people probably need it far more than those who are coming from a SAD diet to a carnivore diet, probably less or not at all, because they're probably getting enough sulfur amino acids from most of the foods animal foods that they're consuming. So depends, because there's sulfur in eggs. There's good levels of sulfur in eggs. There's good level of sulfur in meat. And, so do you need it? And even in dairy. So do you need to basically take MSM? Probably not. But if you've been on the green smoothies and green type vegetable, in high intake for a number of years, you probably do. So yes, especially people like myself who had multiple kidney stone episodes and hospitalization due to it, I can tell you taking sulfur-rich foods has actually really improved, a lot of my joint pains and stuff like that. I used to have a lot of bone joint pains, and they have diminished quite a bit. So, and I put it down to these fucking oxalate-rich foods that I consumed over a long period of time. So, believe me, that's why I'm quite critical of some of the stupid notions in those communities, in the low-carb communities that still persist to this day. Yes. So I have my reasons, Christina. Harry, that is toxic masculinity. Ah, yes, I hope you enjoy it. That's Roy. Get it right. As I said, I don't give a fuck. You can take that to the bank. Robert, appreciate your thoughts on happiness and tribal living. Thanks for articulating in a concise manner. Totally agree. Thank you, mate. Ah, yes. Another cockwomble. That's the guy that actually Bart took to the cleaners in on his Discord. Yes, we should do a sort of a. Yeah, he's got the nutrition news, so probably need to do something together. A bit of comedy, sort of spice it up. Definitely. And we saw what Ted's reply was. Exactly. Say no more. Seems the cheese wasn't causing my dermatitis. After all, any ideas what else might cause it? Hard to say. It's usually basically some level of inflammation that usually causes this. There could be a deficiency as well in one of the fat-soluble vitamins. Not enough niacin as well, because niacin plays a role in improving, the actual skin function, and also it's actually skin protective, also against UV. So there can be factors that can be in play in that regard. Yeah. Play around, see whether, supplementing some of this sort of stuff with like Rosetta cod liver helps in that regard. So it's because generally speaking, when you've got a pretty clean carnivore diet, most of these things get silenced. The genes that are affecting these, that are transcripting, unless there's something underlying that's basically there that's not being dealt with. There can be oxalate potentially as well coming through the skin and aggravating the skin, and then probably a sulfur. Additional sulfur in the diet would probably help that. It doesn't mean it's that. I'm just, thinking out aloud of potential possibilities in that regard. There can be non-nutritional reasons like chemical exposures, problematic liver, that doesn't basically, you may have some underlying fibrotic issues with your liver, and that can take time. And then you're using alpha lipoic acid together with taurine to basically heal the liver and break down the fibrotic sort of tissue. So that's another thing. A lot of liver issues do manifest themselves as skin issues. So it's hard to say unless you actually either did a test to work and look at the liver enzymes. That would give it away. Because a lot of us, still, we've come from bad diets and we may have not resolved issues. And if we're in an older age bracket, our biosynthesis of taurine goes down. So if we don't supplement, we're not clearing out the fibrotic tissue. We're not repairing that. But also could it be a derangement in terms of sometimes with liver problems, you can get higher production of, especially if you've got fibrotic tissue, you may dump retinol in the bloodstream, which can be a bit of a problem. Plus, on top of that, because of the fibrotic tissue, you've got the other coin, which you will overexpress MMPs, matrix metalloproteinases, and they can have an effect on the collagen structures within the skin as well. It's a number of things, either deficiency, a liver issue, some sort of other irritant in the environment, So there could be a number of factors or a combination of factors. You may have to look into it in that regard. So obviously, if it's a liver thing, are you getting enough choline to export fat? Very important. You should on a carnivore diet. If you're eating steak and eggs and stuff like that, you'll get enough choline. Are you getting enough taurine? Are you eating enough meat? Because up until recently, you weren't eating as much meat. You were eating more fat to actual protein. You've actually upped your protein, and that should help in the long run as well, increasing the amino acids. So that's another important facet in there. And then, obviously, the increase in these sulfur amino acids will help with a liver as well. But if you want to speed it up a bit, get a bit of taurine in there that breaks down the fibrotic stuff, and to repair a bit faster, get in some alpha lipoic acid. It has to be the natural form, not the synthetic, the S form, but the R form. So if you basically go for the standard lipoic acid or alpha lipoic acid, it's just got both. And they sort of compete and sort of don't really. So you have to go for the R alpha lipoic acid. So the word R as in river. So R alpha lipoic acid, and go for a good dose of that to basically repair a lot of the any liver underlying issues that may exist that haven't been completely resolved. So anyway, it's hard to say with these things unless you test. At the end of the day, you still have to test these things to find out what exactly is at play in the body, because there can be multiple causes that can drive some of these things, not one. So there can even be certain viruses that can have an effect, certain pathogens. So it's a lot of things that can have an effect on, and some people are susceptible to some type of dermatitis type conditions, and others to other things, so, but the same sort of factors can affect, but because of genetics, they seem to affect slightly different. Some people break out into massive amounts of pimples where others don't. So, they may give a more psoriasis type thing or other things. So the way it expresses can be slow, but the causality may be very similar factors. So anyway, hope that helps. your soap or detergent, that can be a factor as well. Exactly, that was the environmental, the external stuff. My sort of like soap is a goat milk based soap, and it has they use palm oil from basically from a ethical sort of source from South America, plus a whole lot of other things that are basically nutrients that are basically have no other crap in them. So it's basically a very clean type of soap that I use. And it's the same thing with detergents and stuff like that. I don't use anything that basically has, parabens and all sorts of other bloody stupid crazy chemicals. So yeah, pretty much. Yes, very much on the same chapter there with you, Zombie. Yep, some stage I'll probably have to do a video. The problem is, Dom, that I can do a video for the Australian crowd, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be able to access that same soap or detergent or whatever in your country. It's one of those hard things. I can understand like somebody who's got a YouTube channel for the US and is just doing a lot of things for the US market. That's a massive market of well over 300 million. So you can actually cover a lot of people. Trying to do like a internationally is really hard in that regards. I just usually and it's a low priority for me, but at some stage it's in a folder. It's sort of to be done at some stage, and it will look at what sort of ingredients should we be looking at. So I'm not going to be recommending a specific brand, but what I'll be doing is providing information of what to look out for, when you see certain things, give those a miss, because usually if it's got those sort of things, it'll have other crap as well. So you don't really need to look into detail about those, but if you see that it's missing certain things, you pretty much know that I think it's a giveaway if it doesn't have certain types of chemicals, and it's usually tells you that, yeah, it's probably okay in that regard. But at the end of the day, there's another big issue and this has to do with legislation in different countries, which is another thing. Some legislation allows certain companies to exclude things from their labeling. That means they don't have to actually mention it. Or if it's in a very small amount, they don't have to mention it at all. It depends on the legislation. And that's another factor. So I could recommend something and say, I've looked at this and all that, without knowing the legislation of your country, miss something altogether, and you just, let's say a month, 2 months down the track, you actually work out that there was something there that was actually affecting you, and you go, Harry, why did you fucking recommend that? You know what I mean? I can't know everything about the legislation of a country and how it affects the manufacturing and all that. There are reviews in most countries. There are review organizations that review this sort of stuff that do a better job than I would do. I've got to know my limits like everyone else that has to know their limits. There are some things that I can provide advice to people and say, yep, I've researched this quite well. I can put, take my hat off and say, yeah, definitely I'm comfortable with this. But there are certain things that I can't. It's just not technically possible. And other people have done it. There are organizations that actually take this stuff. They actually assess them in a lab and actually test them to see what are the constituents of this product. It's something that I can't do. So I would recommend you Google and try and find an Irish site that looks into this sort of stuff and tests this stuff, or the products that are in your market or in the Irish market or the European market, which you probably access. That's what I would do. And that'd be probably the best thing because they would have at least tested the stuff and assessed and know exactly whether something, has certain things or others. So, it's because it's a two-pronged thing. You're not only looking at, you're also looking at the legislative side, how that affects the product. So you have to find a site that's actually tested the product, not merely just looked at it and said, okay, these are the ingredients in that. Whoopee. Have they tested it? No. So do you know whether there is legislation? Have you checked on the legislation, whether it covers everything or excludes things where they don't have to mention certain things, but still could be problematic to certain people? So that's the other part of the coin. So it's not an easy. You can't really give an easy answer to these things. Believe me. Yes. Anyway, move on. What to do for a hangover? Fucking drunks turning up all the time. Location 515. You need to be spanked. We need to get Ted to give you a good spanking. Anyway, back on the serious note. Okay, what happens when you intoxicate yourself? You will bleed through shitloads of B vitamins. And the other thing that you will do is also, there's a bit of dehydration component, but that's a given. Most people know that there's a bit of dehydration, but that's not what gives you the hangover. It's basically bleeding through the B vitamins, and you basically cannot manage you can't detoxify basically fast enough the actual alcohol content. So if you basically are going to go out and potentially drink, you take 2 B complex before you go out with a glass of water, obviously. And the other thing you do is you take at least 1 gram at a minimum of choline, because choline exports fat. And since you're going to be going out and probably not getting enough choline in your diet, you will need at least 1 gram minimum to basically export that fat so it does not stay in your liver. So, because that can also be slightly inhibitory, because too much of that will affect some enzymatic processes in the liver. So you'll need to export that fat out as VLDL. So then you can leave the liver to deal with the detoxification of the alcohol part. So pretty much you'll be burning through shitloads of B vitamins. So you take 2 B vitamins before you go out on a bender. And then when you get back in the evening, you have another glass of water with 2 B vitamins. And then you go to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, you will not have that hangover. As long as you get the B vitamins in, that plays a big role, because it's usually a question of dehydration. And the level of hydration depends on how much the alcohol content is. That's another factor in itself. The best dehydration is actually not water, but actually fat. But it's pretty hard to get enough in terms of fat unless you're having a fatty meal while you're out, which will sort of dilute the amount of deuterium in your system, and reduce the amount of dehydration in that regard. So it all comes back to that in a sense. Yes. But at the end, you will get some effects. You won't mitigate all the effects completely. But what I've found is the B vitamins play the biggest role in preventing a severe hangover. So when I take 2, go out, I'm on a bender, and then I come back the next day, when I wake up, I don't have a hangover because I've put in enough B vitamins to deal with the amount of detoxification. Obviously, I can handle much better because I've got high detoxification genes. That means my genes have got strong detoxification. Not everybody has that. So even if you take the B vitamins, if you're a low methylator, that means you don't detoxify. It's really hard to fight against your genes, so to speak. So you may not get the same results as somebody who's got much better detoxification capacity. So that's another issue. That I can't help you. That you're stuck with. You can blame your parents for the genes you got. But yes, that's about it. Don't misuse it. Use it now and then. I'm not good with coffee. Oh, then you're fucked. You probably don't have. You're not a good methylator then. If you're not good with coffee, you're not going to be good with alcohol either, because you can't. You have low detoxification capacity, which is another thing in that regard. So yeah, you will. But with B vitamins, you'll still end up location 515. You'll still end up with less of a hangover than you would otherwise. So the B vitamins are still advantageous to use. Let's put it that way. Anyway. That's true. That definitely would do it. Exactly. He's asleep now, so we can say anything. Ted's got him under control in bed. No, you don't need that stuff. Just damn B vitamins, that's all. As an extra alco, I can say it always stopped hanging. Oh, God. Nah, I would never touch that sort of shit Tylenol and all those sort of things. Yes. Not good for you, that sort of stuff. Not good for the liver. Yes, it's definitely not carnivore advice. Yeah, look, it does, because the enzymes involved in dealing with carbohydrates are also reduced. So it's also, like less fructose, less carbohydrates and all that. There are actually enzymes that are transcripted. So if you're eating less of those things, you will have a reduction in the enzymes that are involved in basically dealing with the alcohol, because at the end of the day, you still have to deal with the fructose, deal with the carbohydrate element that's coming from the grains like beer and stuff like that. Depending on what if it's cider, you're dealing with both fructose and glucose-based type substrates. Alcohol itself goes through the same pathway as fructose as well. So you've got all this sort of stuff. And so when you don't consume these sort of foods, you've also got less transcription, your body's sort of more transcripting and geared towards lipolysis rather than glycolysis. And so, you're going to be struggling. But again, you do have detoxification pathways for these things. And so you can ameliorate that to some extent. I noticed myself that my tolerance came down a bit. Being on on a carnivore diet, my tolerance reduced slightly, but not massively. As long as my tolerance was better, as long as I was getting enough B vitamins in. So rather than actually having to process them, I was detoxifying them. But then you've got the problem of basically being a slow methylator, so you really probably shouldn't consume too much because you're not going to be able to respond well to it, as I think Zombie actually said earlier. But it's really the ability to deal with it, you know. I'm glad you do. I'm not as toxic as on a veggie diet. Come on, be honest, treadmill. Mr. Gregor, are you being sincere with me? If one searches palmitic acid induces reversed transport biogenesis of mitochondria or the like, all results seem to be bashing palmitic acid. Yeah, they do. But remember, the body actually stores fat as palmitic acid. That's 16 carbon long chains. That's how it wants to store it. Why? What does a body store? The fatty acid component of the triglyceride. Why is it palmitate? Why isn't it something else? Why is it stearic acid or some other fatty acid? Why does a body take carbohydrates, excess carbohydrates, and convert them into palmitic acid and not something else? Because it's the safest form of storage fat. And it also is an important structural material. In your lungs, even your lung surfactant is made of two things: palmitate and basically choline. And that actually, makes sure that keeps the airways clean. It helps with the gas exchanges. So lung surfactant has this stuff. Does it have any other? So it's a very important structural material, but also can be used as a very good energy form. You can cleave a 16 carbon into 4 ketones. Very effective, So that's why it's a very good energy storage form, but also a fatty acid that can actually, in the triglyceride form, that it's stored when as free fatty acid, it also can be used both for energy, and these fats can also be used for structural material as well in different tissue. That is why it's endemic throughout the whole body, and a lot of the cells have this type of fat in them. It's very stable as well. So that's why the body actually produces it and stores it in that form and prefers to store it in that form. Now, why the crackpots criticize it is because they see the body producing this and storing it in this form, and they go, oh, it must be bad because so much triglycerides in the bloodstream and they're all palmitic acid. It must be bad. No, it's the safest way the body stores. It knows how to store. What the body doesn't do is tell you to go to a supermarket and eat shit and engage the Randall cycle all year round and produce this sort of stuff and increase your fat stores. It tells you to basically produce it seasonally and basically have enough fat stores to survive a rainy day. That's what fat is stored in that, So it's the safest and most stable form. Just because we store too much of it, because we eat inappropriately, you can't criticize the body for the shit that you put in your mouth that produces and stores more of it. But the storage form is a very good storage form because it is a very important element that can be used both for structural material and for energy. So that's why the body loves it and stores it in that format. Now, why does it store in excess? Because you're eating inappropriate foods all year round. That's why. But that's a different story. Again, the reductionist crackpot out there will say, oh, look at all these massive amounts of triglycerides, and they're full of palmitic acid. Nobody told you to eat this amount of carbohydrate and engage the Randall cycle all year round to produce so much excess. Blame what you're fucking sick in your mouth, not the actual fatty acid, which the body is actually saying, how am I going to deal with all this excess energy? I'm going to convert it into the most safe and stable form of fatty acid, which I can use for both energy to actually, through complex 1, cause a reverse electron transport and actually increase biogenesis of mitochondria, plus, so it has a lot of roles, signaling roles, energy roles, structural roles in the body. It's a great saturated fat. The body knows what it's doing. Just because we're creating excess storage amounts of it and not basically oxidizing it more often, because we're in constant storage mode, because we're engaging the Randall cycle constantly by eating excessive amounts of sugar, refined sugars and fats, and not allowing the body to basically, oxidize some of this stuff, but keeps on storing it because of high insulin, can't actually, engage hormone-sensitive lipase and release it as free fatty acids so we can oxidize it periodically. No, we have to eat, 5 meals a day or 6 meals a day plus snacks and everything else, and eat every 2 fucking hours. So we never allow the body to release anything but keep on storing. So we blame our misbehaviors and demonize something which is, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just we store too much of it because we're eating species inappropriate. That's all. Simple. Anyway. Smelly toxic. Ah, yes. The Gregor has he's got a vagunarized perfumey, it's a special perfumey taste thing. This vagunarized, it's a special acquired smell. You guys, Christina, you just have to learn to live with that or be accommodating. It's the natural vagunarized smell, toxic smell that comes from them. Didn't really do the comedy there very well, did I? Impromptu announcement equals replacement live stream. Loki, don't tell them that. I'm off to bake cheeseburger. Ah, yes. Without the bun and veggies. Sleep well, Harry. Ah, thank you, mate. Thank you. Enjoy your extracurricular activities on that treadmill. Ah, yes. Get stuck into it, mate. Lather yourself like a goat. Yes. Get the billy goat into you. Hey, it's oral. Hey, it's oral exercise. Okay. Well, that probably didn't come across properly. Let's just backtrack a bit. It's jaw exercise. And that was that other comment. Oh, yes. Poured a bunch of goat milk soup just as I started to talk about it, Harry. lard, tallow, coconut oil, avocado, and olive. Trading them for pork. Ah, yes, exactly. Exactly. Lard is fan-bloody-tastic. And we've been consuming it for donkey's years, you know. And it's just crazy how such, I mean, the micronutrients as well. I mean, the fat-soluble vitamins, even vitamin D is, you know, if you're looking at lard, it shits all over all the other animal fats in terms of vitamin D as well. It doesn't surprise me why, you know, if you go back to 19th century, early 20th century, when in the US, Cincinnati, you had a city which basically was heavily involved in the pork industry and was called Porkopolis, the city of pork, and supplied the entire east coast of the United States at the time with lard and pork. And, you know, vitamin D deficiencies in those populations weren't there because, you know, even though they weren't seasonally getting vitamin D from the sun, or very little, even though they are outdoor activities, they were getting additional from dairy, from, you know, things like cream and, you know, because people then will know, you know, this sort of bullshit low-fat bullshit milk. It was full cream, and they consumed cream in a lot of their foods. And on top of that, shitloads of lard. So they were getting good levels of vitamin D even through winter and maintaining good levels. So there would be small declines in that regard. So it makes a big difference. G'day, Sonia. Good to see you. Oh, love the sheep. Is dairy kefir or water kefir after second fermentation with fruit and sugar still a low-carb keto drink since the culture feeds off the sugar? Thanks, Harry. I don't know about the product that you're using. I tend to use dairy kefir, and that's all. I've never used water kefir, and I've never used any fruit-based kefir or anything like that. So I don't know enough about them. I haven't researched them to know. I know that in water kefir they do put some sort of sugar types, different types of sugars, and I've got no idea about some of the other concoctions which they make with different alcohol sugars and fruit sugars and all this sort of stuff. There's so many variations. I couldn't give you a straight answer on that, Jared. The only thing I can give you a good answer is on dairy kefir, and dairy kefir is pretty good. You know, it will pretty much you will use all those sugars, and you will end up with a next to nearly zero sugar type of beverage. Now, some of the other stuff, I don't know enough about those other preparations and all that. And especially when some of them I've heard have got alcohol sugars in it as well. I don't know whether they still remain within that and how, you know, low carb or keto drinks they are, because of potentially the alcohol sugars that they put in as well. So I'm not really sure. And there are so many products now. I actually Googled once, I actually looked, and there were so many. I just was shocked how many different damn products there exist now. And it's really confusing out there for a lot of people. I tend to stick to dairy-based kefirs. Yeah, that's personally me. I don't know enough about the others to really comment correctly on those, but I would look at the ingredients list, and if there are any alcohol sugars, I'd give them a miss. If it's got cane sugar, then fine. That's going to be, the culture in there will eliminate pretty much that, practically most of it. Then it probably will be low carb and keto, depending, how long that fermentation has actually taken place. They sometimes they will have a date on it specifying the amount of fermentation period. The dairy one's safe, but then some people have issues with the casein. That can be an issue. So the water one may be the next best option for them. But I would definitely look to make sure if it's got an alcohol sugar and they're not using just cane sugar, which then you look at the date, how the period of fermentation. If it's very short, give it a miss. If it's long, that's fine. Then the other option is you can buy it and just store it until a certain period of time goes past, like a month or whatever. Then there's definitely the alcohol sugars are going to be a problem. They're a problem for two reasons. One, you're probably still going to have some metabolites from them. The second thing in the alcohol sugars is they tend to basically drive insulin much higher than even raw sugar. So they're definitely a problem. So I would, while they may be, the sugar component may be low due to the alcohol sugars, but the insulin effect will be much more magnified. So I would definitely give those. So if I see an alcohol sugar in something like that, it's a no. It's a no go. It's a basically give it a miss. Probably erythritol would be less of a problem because it doesn't spike insulin like the other alcohols. But generally speaking, if they're just talking about in general alcohol sugars as well, give them a miss. So a lot of these keto sort of things have these underlying issues, which is basically the alcohol sugars, and they are really problematic in terms of insulin effects. Yep, that was in regards with I think we've covered that pretty well. Okay. Bam Parlos, good to see you. Smoke weed instead. Harry does not endorse that. Please, YouTube here, do not basically take that as an endorsement. Just to cover the YouTubia mafia, just in case they get triggered by that. Oh, Blinky's turned up. Where were you hiding? You weren't hiding in Sky's dungeon, were you, mate? Strapped up and what is this sorcery? You haven't been taking vagunarized pills, have you? I have a friend in the next town. I have a friend in town next month. I've accepted I may be hungover for a day or two. But I'm trying to build my weed tolerance. Maybe a B vitamin as well. Complex for a couple of days. Have a few eggs as well. Get some choline in there. And a few steaks to get a bit of taurine. I'm a lightweight. Fair enough. I've got very high tolerance to alcohol, which is probably not a good thing anyway, because it means I can keep on drinking. I usually was always the last person to leave the actual pub. So, yes, not a good thing. Actually, my youngest sister's even worse than me. She can drink me under the table. And she's smaller and fuck, I don't know how she does it. But anyway. So, yes, we're pretty strong drinkers in the Sopranos. And I can even testify that the old man could never be drunk under the table either. So he was a pretty heavy, not a heavy drinker, but a strong drinker. Actually, my other uncle that died at 93, Mum's brother, he was pretty much a bit of a gambler and a drinker and a card player. And he was pretty good drinker as well, pretty solid. So I think I get it from both sides of the family. By the power of Roy T1. Don't encourage him, Dom. Don't encourage him. Yes, but even those detoxification pathways didn't really help me when it came to seed oils. They still gave me cardiovascular issues. Meth, how are you, mate? Hi, Harry and gang. Hope you're having a great day. Ah, yes, we are. Just stopping by live from the vacation by the beach. Ah, sounds fucking great, mate. Absolutely. Here, we're in the Southern Hemisphere in Tasmania, and it's quite cold. And today was actually a really nice warm day for winter. But obviously, you wouldn't go for a dive in the cold water. Let's put it that way. We usually get in winter much colder currents coming in from Antarctica, and the water here tends to be, let's say, on the cool side, so to speak. Yes. Got to put a wetsuit on. A tolerance, so I don't zone out too much. I don't find it as sociable as drink. Yeah. Anyway, some B vitamins. Get some B vitamins into you, and then you'll remain more sociable, and probably with it as well. I doubt Harry will cope with so much for much longer in this time zone. Yes, I'm having one of those special paranoid sort of out of phase realities. Yes, these damn time zones. What can I say, Blinky? G'day, Tom. You like this time zone? Yes. It is, after all, probably midday there. We're here. It's 11:23 at the moment. So, yes, I'm just going to keep on pacing along. It's about nearly 3 hours. I'll go a bit longer. I don't mind. And then pull the pin on it. Yes, that sort of stuff is not good for the liver. You can Google that and find out the chemical structure of it. Behave yourself, Neffy. Sounds like you are copying. Yes. Brew. Over 4 grams a day with paracetamol are not good. Yes. Also depends on the liver's ability to detoxify a lot of these medicines. I've got actually really good, because of the detoxification capacity and even some of the genes that I've got, I can actually detoxify. I can actually deal with paracetamols, Tylenol, aspirin, with a lot of these sort of things. Some people, there are actually genes which affect even aspirin and a number of things like that. I've been meaning to do and that's why I'm not saying too much right now. Been meaning to do and showing the genes that are involved in some of these pathways. And so people can then, who have done genetic tests, can check and say, I'm, okay with these things, or I'm not okay. And it usually indicates also whether you can tolerate certain medication as well. Not that people on the carnivore diet should be on medication, but you know what I mean. There may be cases where you may go into hospital and you may, for acute incidents, a car accident or whatever, and there may be a need for certain medication to be given for acute conditions, and you may react badly because you don't have the right genetics for it. At least then you know, and you can say, do not give me this because I know this will affect me negatively. So at least you know what are risk factors in terms of usage of, allopathic medicines for acute conditions. So, that's the sort of thing that I sort of find in that regard. What's Blinky? Get those balls out, Lukey. Nearly time for lunch and sunbathing. Oh, fuck's sake. Blinky, stop encouraging people to do inappropriate things. Is that what you... It doesn't surprise me that that's what you would be doing in WA. No wonder why, is that what you guys do over there? You put your balls out and, do you basically flog them as well and do all this sort of stuff, Blinky? No? You don't, Blinky? You definitely don't? I'm surprised. But it wouldn't surprise me one iota that you would be doing something like that. And then you wonder, what else is he saying? Sadly, I don't have a private place to sunbathe anymore. Oh, poor Lukey. Poor Lukey. Yes, it's if you can't get out there to, hey Lukey, just just go on the wild side, let them hang out. Hold on. I thought I saw some other comment. Nah, I can't see it. Must have missed it. Thought you made a crude remark earlier, Blinky, but I can't actually see it. Nah, I can't actually see it, mate. Where you make the comments and that sort of stuff. Anyway. Oh, anyway, I can't find where you... I'm sure you made some crude remark. Blinky poo. Anyway, what's he saying? That was 4 grams. Oh, yes. You're right, brother. No, he's not. Nothing that Blinky says, Neff, is right. Get it right. Is he going to say anything? No, he hasn't responded. You still here, Blinky, or have you racked off? Scaredy pants, Blinky poo. Sky's little pet. Let's move on. Before I say too much and he comes back and trolls me. God almighty. Sonia, any advice on hydro? I can't. It's a bit of a tongue twister. I know what you're talking about. Is it like a scaly type thing, a dermatitis thing? Is it? I think it is. I remember vaguely somebody else had something like that and it created scarring. And I cannot remember the dose of taurine that I recommended. Would I recommend? The person did get some good results. Give me a sec. Okay. I'm just Googling it. Skin lesions. Yep. Results of inflammation, infections, or sweat glands. Yep. I remember this. Yeah, the person didn't describe it like this. Described it as a sweat gland thing. And I'm trying to remember now, there was actually that's right, Homo sapien taurine upregulated 1 ncRNA. Apocrine glands are, yep, that's right. Now, what did that study say? No, it wasn't this. Nope. Yeah, got to find the study. It's not that one. This is an old one, psoriasis, 1982. There was another study, but I can't remember it. But it did relate. Look, a lot of remember your skin is an organ. All organs, whether it's the heart, whether it's the liver, whether it's the kidneys, whether it's one thing that usually increases some of these problems are the lack of fat-soluble vitamins and also sulfur-rich foods. Sulfur-rich foods tend to basically fix a lot of these problems, skin problems. There's just another skin problem. and most skin problems get sorted with sulfur. It's usually a depletion of sulfur because it's very important for the methylation and also, dealing with some of the deleterious effects of matrix metalloproteinases in the skin. And that the other side is the fat-soluble vitamins, in particular retinol, vitamin D, and MK4. So though that combination, but I found that taurine at 3 or more grams. Now, as I always say to people, if you're going to take taurine and you're on blood pressure meds, you've got to basically be on the lower side. And so then have your meds adjusted as you go up. So 1 gram for a month, then 2 grams, then 3 grams. But you have to go to a doctor and make sure that they adjust the meds. We don't want you passing out and stuff like that. But I remember seeing this in a study that had to do with psoriasis and other skin conditions. I remember the name, but I don't know enough specifically for this sort of condition. But taurine does improve this condition, as it does with psoriasis and a number of others, because sulfur is very important for proper functioning and to get rid of fibrotic tissue out of all organs, because your skin is one of the major organs. A lot of things aggravate that. A lot of things deplete sulfur. There are chemicals in our environment. Oxalate, obviously, if you've eaten oxalate-rich foods for a long time, that would definitely. Now, if you've still got oxalate in the skin, that can still create aggravation. And that can take a bit of period of time for it to clear out of your skin as well, out of your body tissue. And sulfur is required. And oxalate tends to upregulate the production of matrix metalloproteinases. And so you definitely need, when you're going through that period, probably a bit more fat-soluble vitamins compared to someone who is on a standard carnivore diet and doesn't have a lot of these conditions. So there's that sort of side. Remember, muscle meat does have, in the fats, there are fat-soluble vitamins, but also has some carotenoids as well. And some people may not convert very well, especially if they're from the British Isles. So, there you may require something like cod liver oil or a bit of liver. Now, we don't want excess amounts because we need to balance it with vitamin D, which is important. So it's all a bit nuanced in that regard. Keep that in mind. Also, in terms of the collagen side of things, important factor for the sort of enzymes that are created by vitamin D and retinol. A lot of the activating or regulating is also done by basically menaquinone 4, by vitamin K2, but pretty much, which is another fat-soluble vitamin. So, but the nice thing about menaquinone 4 is that it is the only K2 menaquinone or K2 subtype that actually directly interacts with the genes. No other does. MK7 doesn't. None of the others do. Only MK4, which is the animal form. And all the others are converted by the liver into MK4. Okay? So ultimately, MK4 is the thing that you want. Bree's a good source of it. Is 100%. Good is another one. Liver has it. Eggs have it. Those sort of foods, which are also very good for the skin. One of the biggest organ in our body. But it's usually an overexpression of matrix metalloproteinases, and it could be, as I said, a deficiency in retinol. That deficiency could be because of fibrotic tissue in the liver, which means that you can't store enough, which is another issue in itself, to be able to then have available retinol to use. Sort of derangement in storage. So there could be a lot of reasons why these things are happening. So how you deal with it. But I find that when people get on taurine and they've used taurine for a number of months, at least 6 months, it tends to sort out all the scarring, fibrotic tissue in most of the organs, and then it seems to settle a lot of things down. So, because you're getting a certain level of fat-soluble vitamins from the foods you're eating if you're on a carnivore diet. So it's really basically dealing with reducing the fibrotic tissue, and only taurine can do that. So in much higher amounts than you would normally eat, you supplement taurine because you're not on an ancestral diet from birth until now. You've done other things that are inappropriate that have created excess scarring that the normal diet can't deal with. So you need to basically supplement. And if you're in an older age bracket over 50, your synthesis goes down. So, which will take longer to heal, where the taurine supplement will take quicker. But for this specific type, I've looked at other things like acne, like psoriasis and all that, those sort of conditions. This specific, I've heard of it, I know about it, but I've seen it in studies that talk about taurine and dealing with scarring and fibrotic tissue, that these things can cause lesions and stuff like that. But I don't know enough about the exact condition, and I'll take a look at it and see whether, I may, if basically the 3 grams are not sufficient, I will leave a comment in this stream. I'll pin a comment and say, no, ignore what I said in the stream. Maybe you need 5 grams or whatever, and I'll make sure you're aware. You can see the pinned comment, but I have to look into this specific condition because I don't know enough about it. I do know about the other skin conditions, but not this one. So basically I hope that helps, but at least you can start doing one thing. You can prioritize, getting taurine, ordering it. A question is just basically to validate whether 3 grams will be enough or whether you need more. So that I'm not certain yet to properly advise. So at least get the stuff and get up to 3 grams. And if you need more, then if you're not on blood pressure meds, then it's less of a problem going up to that level. It's only with people on blood pressure meds where you have to go slow. It's just one of those things, and have your blood pressure meds adjusted, because we don't want you getting into trouble in that regard. This is not medical advice. This is just opinion based on research. And in this case, based on research of other skin conditions, and this may be applicable or not. You will have to wait for the definitive research and comment from me, but at least you can buy the stuff because I have seen it in studies, and so it is not just idle speculation on my part. Did you hear that, YouTubia mafia? Anyway, yes, thank you for time stamping me, Blinky. Off to grocery shopping. Why not? Enjoy. Get you mean the billy goat, into your timestamp that. I could think of other things when it comes to Blinky, but anyway, we'll move on. I think I've bagged him enough for the day. He'll get too annoyed with me. I already have Roy. Got the cop from you. Anyway, we move on. Oh, hold on. Did I answer that? I didn't even answer that. Tom, heck yes. I'm using butter, ghee, and lard from now on. Tried some lard, and it's good. The taste is a bit overpowering, but if I mix it up, it's barely noticeable. I actually like lard. I actually like the smell of lard. I don't know. Maybe I'm used to it. I have combined butter, not ghee, but butter with lard. That also is quite nice. It just gives it a more creamier sort of texture. I actually did a beef roast where I larded it. So I actually put a whole lot of lard in it, and I actually put a whole lot of butter in it as well. So I sort of made all these holes, incisions, like deep incisions, and then just sort of got, like have you seen like the cooking sort of syringe, and just put into a, just not overheating it, but just slightly, where you put the lard and the actual butter, mix it up, and it just creams a bit. You could actually put cream if you wanted to, and then basically put in the injectable and just squeeze it all right through. I usually cover it and there's a bit of water in there, and what it does, it'll actually steam up and it will create this like steaming effect, but I've covered it properly so it actually holds in that steaming effect, and it really sort of builds up and it softens it inside, and the lard and butter go everywhere within the tissue as it opens up because of the steaming effect, and it really becomes soft and so yummy inside. So yeah, give it a try. Necro Kitty's here. G'day, Necro Kitty. Good to see you. Dad usually does it differently. He usually boils his meat for a small amount of time to be able to take a lot of moisture. Then he basically roasts it with all the fluids and all that, and you end up with a very moist meat, which is soft and moist and just breaks up. So he does it slightly different. I say by making and use it. Yes, sounds good. Harry talking oral sex. I've timestamped the time he said it. I knew you were a deviant. A deviant after my own heart. I drink Fairlife brand milk. It's half the added sugar and lactose free. The stuff people consume. From the brief stream, Mr. Harry and sleep well. Off to the sunshine outside. Yes, enjoy it. Here, it's dark, and it's nearly 12 in about 12 minutes. So in about 12 minutes, I will be pulling the plug shortly. I never was milk drinker that much for long, a Carnivore, and I seem to crave it. Yes. Look, g'day, Skunk Master. You're late. Dusters for you, as Mr. K, as Lord K would say. I'm not even going to comment. God. I can see Harry closing the pub. Anyway, my friends are quite shocked at how little I drink nowadays. They knew me, the sort of consumption that I made, and they were quite shocked. Recently, we went out to it was a lunch function, and I had 2 big fucking pints of basically cider, so which is double the alcohol of the beer, and they were just having little drinks and all that, and they just couldn't believe. And I after went into a workshop, and I performed better than all of the others, and they couldn't believe. And even my boss turned around and said to one of the other guys, "How you sound more like somebody who drank. It seems that Harry's alcohol affected you more than him." That was a nice comment. Slap. So yes. So that was quite funny in that regard. So yes, I've got quite a bit of endurance, but it's not something that I usually do nowadays. I do love my liver. I don't want to put it through turmoil like I used to. G'day, Nick. Yes. Used to eat too much and drink too much. Yes, we heard that. I think we've covered all those things. Yes. I'm just going to move on. I won't even read his tinfoil hat with Blinky around, definitely. God, what do you expect? Oh, God, more about tanning balls. Get a life, you people. Especially this one. Unflavoured, yeah. Harry's taurine supplement, yep. Thanks, Blinky. Where is that? I should basically pin that message to the top there. Nice one, Blinky. You got pinned. I don't actually put lard in when I do my scrambled eggs. I butter. Yeah, maybe I should try combining butter with lard in scrambled eggs and giving that a try. Maybe I'll like it. I will try that out. Oh, a few latecomers. I stopped adding fat to my carnivore diet. More protein, doing a bit of weight loss, eating a bit your own body fat. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty good. 850. Slowly sort of Roy brings more subscribers, it seems. You betcha, mate. Compared to that Harry Joker. Yeah, look, I'm not in, people need to, all these fat bombs and stuff like that. Just a 1-to-1. If you do fat to protein 1-to-1, as most of our ancestors did, that's normal. Occasionally you can actually add a bit, be a bit more decadent occasionally. It's like basically, remember, your body will take in fat from chylomicrons. They will go to adipose tissue, and when you're not eating, you'll be oxidizing that as release of free fatty acid. So, and that's pretty much it. If you want to increase the amount, that's what you do. If you basically just want to be weight stable, you stick to 1-to-1 ratio. If you really want to lean out, you increase the protein. And that will increase also muscle mass from the extra leucine and drive down. As long as you're fat adapted. If you're not fat adapted, then that can actually cause problems because you can't produce the enzymes required. So that's a different state. I think that's what happened to Carnivore Yogi until she put more fat in, increased her fat adaptation, and then things go back to where you can actually go a bit more higher in protein without any issues. So depends on if you've been on an ancestral diet for longer, you can do that. If you haven't, if very recent aficionado to the carnivore community, keep the fat up, get the adaptation proper, and then try some of these other things. Yes, very moist. You've been listening to Isaac Butterfield, haven't you, Blinky? Yes. Yes, I bet you've got the moist T-shirt and you rub yourself as well. Hey, Harry, I'm helping a dude go carnivore keto. He has really bad hemorrhoids. Okay, so trying to push that fiber out, that would be a problem. Never heard anyone talk about healing those. Got any ideas? Do not eat fiber. If you've got hemorrhoids, let me put it this way quite clearly. You need to avoid fiber like the plague. Also, if you may not have the enzymes to deal with, dairy properly. So, because the biggest problem is when people transition over, they still may have some underlying gut problems like you've had as well. And they'll either have constipation issues or they have diarrhea issues, depending on the gut microbiome situation and all that. And that takes time to sort of sort out. I've discussed this about, using those Swedish probiotics. But without sufficient of the beneficial, the bifidobacteria, you can end up with you can go from diarrhea to a bit of a constipated state. Now, how severe that happens also has to do with how well your gallbladder is functioning, which is another issue in itself as well. It can be quite complicated unless you test people to know exactly where they are. So I definitely would go like a cleaner carnivore with just meats at this stage is what I would focus on. If they're just transitioning now in the early stages, I would probably still leave some plants like pumpkin, zucchini, those sort of things. Probably zucchini even better, something like zucchini, maybe a bit of asparagus with zucchini. And the only reason for that is not because I want those foods as a long-term thing, but as a low sugar sort of transitional with, yes, it has some issues, but, the zucchini is probably the safest out of all of them. It's to be used in not at large amounts, but small amounts, just to basically help all that along. The B vitamins are important with the vitamin D to try and get back some of the beneficial, the bifidobacteria and stuff like that. So you actually have a better functioning gut, which is important. In terms of improving the general dairy tolerance and ability, that's where the lactobacillus type come in. They tend to be a smaller percentage, like a few percentage points of the gut microbiome. The problem is when people have been consuming foods high in glyphosate, have been taking antibiotics for a very long time, or have got a lot of pathogenic bacteria, they tend to have very small amounts of lactobacillus. And when they have very small amounts of lactobacillus, they also tend to also have issues with dairy in particular for that reason. So that's what can cause constipation with dairy, the lack of lactobacillus and certain strains of the bifidobacteria as well. So that's where some of those issues. That's why I usually recommend people give the dairy a miss until they can sort of fix their gut microbiome. Once you actually get a lot of the beneficial back, and you do, something like a kefir later on, not initially. Stick to the B vitamins, bring back the beneficial stuff. Use that other, that Swedish bacterial strain that you've used as well to kill off the detrimental pathogenic, like C. diff and a lot of the others. Get those down, suppress those, get the bifidobacterias up, and then over time consider, like a kefir later on, which will bring a lot of those lactobacillus back, and then the tolerance for certain dairy foods will be more normal. So people don't need to rush these things in that regard. So it's, but then again, I don't know, is this person lacto intolerant? So there may be, that's a mute point, may not even be required. But still, even though, I would still try and get some lactobacillus in at a later stage. Once you've restored the beneficial bacteria, you've got rid of the pathogenic, it's much easier to colonize then lactobacillus type strains. When you've got still all the pathogens around, it's really hard you can take a lot of supplements, but usually the nasties will literally outcompete and make it a very uncomfortable environment, an environment which is not as acidic, is too alkaline in some regards in certain areas, and make it less hospitable for lactobacillus type strains. So you've got to suppress these nasties. You've got to increase the acidity within the gut, and you've got to basically improve also the bile flow as well. So that's where taurine comes in. That's when, things like menaquinone 4 is important as well, So those are the sort of things, and it depends, on those sort of circumstances. It takes time with any of these things. It's a period of transition and stuff like that. But I would definitely, eliminate the really fibrous stuff, definitely, and both the dairy and the fibrous stuff at this stage. So that person can, but they have to also fix the gut, simply, you got to sort the gut out so it functions properly. And that requires B vitamins for 3 months, vitamin D, 5,000 IUs at a minimum, and basically that Swedish at least for 6 months to eliminate comprehensively the really nasties that may be lurking in there, making things worse. So it gives the body the ability. And the good levels of protein from animal foods will also provide sufficient material to heal the gut itself. So over time. So miracles don't happen immediately. It takes time. You've got to be patient. Tell him, and he'll get there eventually. But it can be an issue in that regard. Also, there can be, in some cases, with the actual sphincter at the base of the anus, there can be sort of some, because of a lot of pressure, you can actually get certain changes in the morphology or the way it is, the remodeling and its functioning, and may also be an issue. If on a species appropriate diet over time, it should slowly resolve itself. It depends. It's one of those hard things in that regard. Most cases I've heard it just resolves itself, but there may be rare cases where there may need to be depends on if there's been too much overgrowth of the hemorrhoids. You may need to remove some of the tissue with surgery at this stage. He may. It depends on the circumstances. If it's not as bad, it may resolve itself. It's hard to say because the body does remodel itself, but it does take over 7 years for all this turnover of cells, and you need to clean things up to be able to allow the body to do that. The other thing that's very important with hemorrhoids as well is basically, if you have difficulty in terms of, relieving your bowels, the sort of way people do in a lot of the third world countries, rather than sitting on a seat, is sort of crouching, that sort of position where you're, like you hear people sort of sitting on toilet seats, sort of thing, and in that sort of position, that can help relieve pressure down there as well. So that can help as well. And that probably is a position that people would utilize in most of the world until we had seated toilets. If you want to sit while you do that, you can actually use a stool, and that stool can elevate your legs. So you can put a stool in front of the toilet. You can sit on it and you can elevate your legs in order to get into the same sort of position. So you have better opening of the bowels. So you've got less pressure that you have to exert as well to relieve your bowels. So that's another thing that you can do. So, you only have to get, I bought a small sort of stool type thing. It's a small one. They've got those children type, for the children to be able to sit, so they can put their feet down because they can't, so they're not hanging. Something similar to that can be used for those purposes. So anyway, I think I've covered the poo issue enough. Did you just wake up again? Get some sleep, man. Get some sleep. I'm gonna literally go through. I'm not even gonna read any of this. I'm just gonna go through because I'm gonna pull the plug shortly. Just so it's on the screen. It's on the screen. Better be pinned down by Harry, by Roy than Harry. Yes, he'd give you a fisting. Oops, did I say that? Move on. Didn't come through right. Roy rubs me the wrong way. I hope not. Stay in WA and you won't get rubbed at all. God. M. Jordan, g'day, mate. Can you please debate Dr. Avi? What that crackpot that basically Bart actually debated? Oh, God. Mate, I haven't had anybody turn up and actually. You've said you were trying to organise something for me and vegan gains, and now you're actually mentioning this guy. If people come to my channel and actually email me and say, I would like to debate with you, I have no problem debating anyone, So I don't have an issue, but I don't waste my time going after. I'm not going to go begging for a debate. People want to debate me, they can always find me. They can email me, and actually I will debate anyone that wants to debate. But otherwise, I'm not going to I'm not going to waste my time. Yes. He had hemorrhoids for years, but was transitioning right now. It's totally sold on the diet yet. So I can't push him to being 100% clean yet. Yeah, look, takes time to adjust, in that regard. Yes. Yes, it's that beautician skin doctor. Yes. The one that Bart pulled apart. Yes, that's his background. Look, he's not a big, an important person anyway. And Jordan, what's the value? Honestly, what is the value? Bart's already torn him an arsehole or two, and I would be arguing from the same position. So it wouldn't basically make much of a chance. LOL, he said he challenged vegan gains already. Exactly. But he's not interested. Problem is these people, once they actually look at my channel, they basically run and hide. They don't want to debate me. It's like basically Avi. He avoided debating Bart. And then he came on the Discord to try and actually, how can I put it, bamboozle, catch him by surprise and throw a few remarks and then go away. But he was the one that got bamboozled by Bart and got owned. So, and they don't really have an argument because what is it? What's he going to show? There's not one study that he can actually show that actually can prove any of the arguments he makes. It's all epidemiology. So automatically he's lost the argument even before it's even started. Then what's the other arguments that he's going to make? There's nothing else to be said. So it's going to be a very short debate, which he probably won't even show up. I've had this before. I've literally gone to others, and I even tried to bring Bart in a couple of times to try and pressure certain people, but they just would not. People don't debate as much as they used to in the past. The reason for that is because mate, is because they basically, they've looked at me, Bart, and many others, and they know the sort of characters we are, and they don't bother. They look for easy victims. It's like even Richard, who did he go after? Frankie, because Frankie is a lightweight. Yeah, okay, he knows the nutritional value of this thing, or he can explain the nutritional value of, meat or liver or whatever, that sort of stuff. But deep understanding of, in terms of nutritional science, biochemistry, physiology, all these other things, deep understanding. I even tried to explain, it went over his head, Frankie, about deuterium. All these things, didn't actually get any ground. That's why Frank doesn't talk about them, because he never really understood them. That's why he was a lightweight. He was easily, he didn't even understand that epidemiology was junk science and didn't know how to argue it as junk science. And that's why Richard used to run, around in circles around him, because he just couldn't argue the junk science away. Where people like me, Bart, can argue that. We're not going to sit there and argue junk science. We're going to basically go there with a sledgehammer and hit them over the head and say, you're talking shit. This is junk. This is a review. This is not science. Somebody just asked people to fill out a questionnaire and it's a review. It's not fucking science. It's junk. It's not worth the paper. It's actually expensive toilet paper. But people like, for instance, Frank, were trying to argue that, there's something wrong with this or that, but they couldn't actually put their finger, is because it's like basically there's poo that smells and saying, well, it probably doesn't smell as much or whatever. It fucking smells. It's junk. It's shit. You can't debate shit, and that's the thing. And once you actually expose these people for the crap that they're putting forward, it just immediately shows the fallacy of their argument. Because it's very easy. You'd say, okay, this is your argument. What's the percentage? 1.18. What does the Bradford Hill criteria say? It has to be over this amount. Is it that amount? No, that means it's irrelevant. It's statistical noise, which means it's junk. It's worthless. So you've already can invalidate 95% of all studies with just that statement, the Bradford Hill criteria, which is the absolute bee's knees in terms of epidemiology. It has to comply with the Bradford Hill criteria, and none of these studies do. So you can rip them to pieces in a few seconds. That's why people like that will not debate people like me, because I can rip those things and I can actually show on the screen and go to people, is this happening in this? Is there a dose increase or whatever? Does it actually comply with all these criteria, and go through them? And people can see, people with half a brain can actually see the difference and actually realize this is just bullshit. It's a survey, a questionnaire, and it doesn't even provide statistical strength of any sort, which is meaningful. So it's irrelevant. And once you actually show that to people, they go, why am I wasting my time? I'm not going to determine that. And you can actually show all these false associations that even have got stronger statistical strength than the shit that they're actually putting forward. So immediately it invalidates all their arguments. But, what do you do? Anyway, what are your thoughts on UVB bulbs as a D3 substitute if you don't get enough sun and you don't want to get darker? Look, I do not know enough about UVB bulb, and at the end of the day, they seem to basically provide people with the vitamin, producing in their skin vitamin D. Where my issue probably lies, this is where I have got issues with both. Natural light comes in two forms, UVB and UVA. The UVA, which has the near infrared spectrums that you get in the mornings, and even some of it does exist in the midday, tends to have a protective effect to the dermis and epidermis. It penetrates deeper, and so it has a certain effect which can ameliorate the negative effects in terms of matrix metalloproteinases that UVB increases. UVB bulb only on its own without UVA may be more potentially deleterious. We only have industry studies or manufacturers which only do a couple of minutes in terms of, like 5, 10, 15 minutes. They don't do for more than that. And if somebody's got darker skin, you may need, like yourself, may need more time to do that. And there could be potentially long-term deleterious effects. We don't know because we don't have any studies. And I can't really put my hand on my heart and say with certainty that it's the safest option. But for somebody with a darker skin, it can be a problem because you're working, you've got a working life, and you don't have the luxury of being out there like a hunter like you would be in parts of Africa. You don't have that ability. Well, even people in Africa now that live in cities don't have that ability. So what are they going to do? There's issues about when it comes to these bulbs. Then the other thing with vitamin D supplements, I tend to recommend about 5,000 IUs because your body will take a certain amount. There is a rate limiting of how much you can actually convert, and there's only should be a small percentage of free vitamin D for a number of receptors, like in the prostate and a few other organs around the place. You don't need a lot. We don't need a lot circulating. It should be basically converted via the liver. There's a rate limiting effect, how much it can do over a certain amount of time, and then that should be stored away for when it's needed by the body, when the immune system gets upregulated to provide that sort of material to be used. So I tend to go for the 5,000. I use in winter. Occasionally, you may want to go because people with a darker skin will tend to have much greater difficulty. And in those people, I usually recommend that they pretty much, if they're not in a warmer climate and have sufficient access to the sun, I usually recommend that they take 5,000 IUs all year round in that regard. Because even if you use a UV bulb, you still need to basically have quite a few hours. If you're a pale skin, 15, 20 minutes is probably fine. But if you've got a darker skin, you may need to be, close to a UV B bulb for up to, 4 hours. Now, that's not practical. So in your case, you would have to look at something like, a D3, a vitamin D3 supplement as a better option. But at the same time, because of the enzymatic processes and there's a rate limiting, you don't want excessive amounts going in at the same time in one hit. You want your skin over those amount of hours will actually take in anywhere between 10 to 20,000 IUs, and then it will convert that at a rate limiting effect. So you're usually looking at, if you're very young, probably 1 or 2,000 IUs, depending on a number of issues, genes and all that, and 4,000 to 5,000 for somebody older in terms of the rate limiting effect, how those genes can convert and store. So usually in your skin, it will be slowly released into your system and basically converted and stored. You won't get this like big effect coming in immediately from a high amount of a vitamin D. The only time I actually use higher amounts is when I've got, a cold, a flu, or something like that. Why? Because basically that will go into all the receptors of the immune system and it will be uptaken very fast. So I don't really have to worry about too much circulating vitamin D, potentially causing some imbalances with retinol and some other processes. So there's all these considerations. So people with darker skin, I usually recommend 5,000 IUs all year round, basically, unless they can access the sun for a number of hours. Somebody may be in Miami, as an example, and maybe doing outdoor stuff, working at maybe at a restaurant, is outdoors for many hours, and then it's probably not an issue at all, not even supplementing or a UV bulb. But a UV bulb probably is more practical for somebody who is fairer skin than darker skin, because you still need a certain amount of time of exposure to UVB. But I prefer the natural. If you can get the natural, it's much better. But that's not always practical, as I said, for a number of reasons. So it depends on those sort of circumstances. I hope that's sort of has some completeness and whether it sort of helps in that regard. Thomas Crapper. Oh, that Thomas. Isn't he selling products? Mr. Gregor, your mind's always on poo, isn't it? Send it to Goji Man. He loves the stuff. He'll assess it for you. Anyway, yes, get some eggs into you. You're welcome, Sonia. Yes, go for the 3 grams, and I'll look into it and see. If I don't pin anything, it means 3 grams are fine. If I pin something, it will be to basically correct myself in terms of increasing the amount. So that will be the only time I will head bad. How bad are nuts, really? In particular, cashews and walnuts. Cashews on their own, without being processed, are quite toxic. So all nuts are problematic. Too many nuts will actually create mineral deficiencies in the body. So they're not good in that regard. I don't see the value of nuts, honestly. There are some nuts like macadamia nuts, and there's like the nut which the Samburu people use, which in particular the Samburu ones, some of the wild nuts tend to have less anti-nutrients. It's specific nuts. They tend to be nuts that are not eaten by animals. And so because they're not eaten by animals, they tend to not have as many anti-nutrients because they don't have to protect themselves as much. So, it depends in that regard. And for the Samburu people, the nuts have low chelating factors in terms of affecting, nutrition. They still get a bit of nutrition from the nuts, but at the same time, they're very fatty. They don't have carbs. They have protein, but primarily very fatty, like the macadamian ones. And they also tend to have lower anti-nutrients. So because they do consume certain types of foods, like even organ meats, and they do tend to get much higher amounts of minerals than probably what they need, actually having some of the chelating factors of these nuts are probably, balancing the excess in a sense. So they may be playing that additional role. So we haven't studied sufficiently to really know. It was something that at some point I'll get Mary on, because she did go and see the sand people. She's trying to get to South America from what I know, and then go up to California to see her parents, and also for her partner who's Greek, to basically meet up with the in-laws. But when I do get a chance, I haven't actually, that's another thing. I've just been caught up with so many things lately in my own life that I haven't actually even emailed a number of people, contacted. So, in that regard. So, yeah, I'm neglecting a bit the social media side of things currently, but I'll get back into it. So I'd give them a miss. Walnuts basically are put out there that remember, waste of time. It's ALA. And if you're basically, there's a rate limiting enzyme, which basically we want it to be prioritized in turning linoleic acid to arachidonic acid, and we don't want to be bothering with ALA to DHA. Okay. At the end of the day, it's got more omega-6 than omega-3s anyway, walnuts. So I can't see the value of it at all, even in that regard. And cashews, if they don't basically process them severely, they're quite toxic. So I don't see the value with nuts. Generally, nuts are not really, they've got shitloads of anti-nutrients, and I just cannot see the value in them. They're expensive, and they actually have negative effects. So why bother, Dom? Why bother? You know, I wouldn't. I used to, but I don't anymore. I was the one who banned Dr. Avi from Bart's Discord on Bart's request. Fair enough. He's an idiot. He's an absolute idiot. The only reason I debate him at least once is just basically to get known by other people than anything else. But it's just going to be another one of those waste of energies on, just another cockwomble. Whether it's worthwhile, I don't know. That'll be up to people. But at the end of the day, they don't really have an argument. Their science is epidemiology. It's crackpot. It's shit. And, it doesn't take long to pull those arguments. I consider debate carnivores to vegan a less waste of energy. Yeah, it is pretty much, because the reality is you've got two sides. You've got carnivores and you've got vegans there that are listening. Each side supports their own. You have an argument. Both sides are in their own little, in a sense, their own echo chamber, so to speak, and they will tend to basically hold to that. I'm talking about the majority here of people. There may be some people that are willing to, that are not, I'm the sort of person that if somebody puts a credible argument, I would change. But it's unlikely. Not because I'm in an echo chamber, carnivore echo chamber. I don't see myself in that regard. I see myself as an empiricist. My sort of view is, I got to look at the research. And the research tells me that the arguments on the other side are not valid or invalid. I look at the archaeological arguments. If I was to ignore all the science, the current literature, which is highly confounded, has a lot of issues, even the design, you would have to explain the design, why a certain study, even certain studies which are basically like clinical studies, you would have to go through and explain, one, the Randall cycle to these cockwombles, which they would not understand. Many people, even carnivore, even low carb people, and I mean academics in the low carb community, have difficulty understanding something like the Randall cycle, let alone these cockwombles would have impossible, they would not understand, let alone to get into deuterium and all sorts of other complex biochemistry or biophysics. Oh God, go all over their heads. And this is the problem. These things, science is complicated stuff. I basically presented it to you guys, or Bart, in a very simplistic, digestible way in that regard. And we're not debating. I'm explaining it to you guys in a very digestible way. When you're debating, to try and talking it in a basic sort of way means absolutely nothing to these cockwombles. DJ Projectus is just we run Blinky. Is Blinky around? Dom, Necro, or are they gone? Okay. No many moderators. I'll have to moderate my own stuff. So the reality is that it can be a waste of energy. It's more to be noticed than anything else. But the reality is you're not going to win. You don't really get a win, because you only get a win when you're talking with reasonable, if you actually see proper debates the way they're done, is people present arguments and proofs. And then people look at the proofs to say, are they do they comply with certain criteria in research, in science? It's like physicists that will debate certain things. They will debate certain things, and then they will say, is there experimental evidence to show one way or another? And then the only time they debate things is when there is not experimental evidence and they've got a hypothesis. What they're debating is not truth. They're debating hypotheses. And then they do the experimental work to prove whether one hypothesis is correct or the other is. That's how science works. As they call it, as one scientist used to call it, at one funeral at a time. Somebody loses comprehensively for the other position to stand. And that's how you have to do the experimental work. In nutrition, we are never going to do this experimental work, as Bart explains. You would have to lock people in for a whole generation or more to prove whether one thing worked or not. So what's left? The only stuff that's left is the N15, N14 data. That means the archaeological evidence which shows for the majority of the human species, the time of the human species and other hominins, we were super or hyper carnivore. It's a slam dunk. It's settled. That's it. You can argue any other garbage you like. You can say whatever you like, but at the end of the day, as a vegan, you need to explain why the archaeological evidence says this and invalidates what you've been saying for ages. So they lose on the archaeological evidence. They lose on all the other arguments as well, because for a long period of time, humans consumed. We can actually show cardiovascular disease in the Egyptians, but they can't show in hunters and gatherers any cardiovascular disease, or tribal people, or whatever. The Inuit, zero. And that's recorded by researchers, colonial researchers that looked at these people and doctors and found zero. Zero strokes, zero cardiovascular disease, zero dementia, zero diabetes, zero all these sort of things, zero cancer. So basically, it's only when they went over to the Western foods, and again, Weston A. Price again looked at populations on an ancestral diet high in fat-soluble vitamins, would smile, had better teeth, and also were happier people. And when he came across people of similar, as he would say, stock, because that's the sort of terms they used in racial stocks, racial, different racial groups and all that. They use that sort of language. That's the language they used back then. That's how it's in the book. But when you look at people of the same stock or the same racial group, you basically find that when they're eating refined fats and sugars, their health goes to hell. You saw what Mary Ruddock in doing research in Africa, and saw that when the younger kids are consuming refined sugars and refined fats, the seed oils and all that, they get the same bloody stuff happen. They said that they can't cope with pathogens in the environment where the natives on the ancestral diet from birth to death can. That tells you there's something when you refine and add these refined sugars and fats from plants, things are deranged and go bad. So we can actually show that in good research. There's nothing else. The rest is basically we don't have long enough periods of time of research. And there are only 2 randomized control studies that I can bring up, because all the other stuff is epidemiological, is questionnaires, what I call surveys. I give you a survey and ask you to fill out the questionnaire. What did you eat? And the problem is that survey, we can go through those surveys, they don't cover all the food groups. They don't cover all the food. So basically, you are getting a very skewed results as well. Because in some cases, some of them don't even cover, they won't even mention pork. They just basically say meat, red meat, or they will basically say meat, which in some cultures means beef and only, like in the Greek culture. So when you say kareas, which is the word meat, we mean beef. We don't mean the other. I know it sounds strange, but that's the case. Mary explained it because she knows it. She lives in the culture, and she knows what the culture's like, how they mean things. There is the cultural dimension. Has the study picked up on the cultural dimension? Is it culturally applicable or sensitive to those cultural? Is it covering all the food groups? No, it's not. Not all populations eat the same animal foods. There's all sorts of these things. And this is the problem with epidemiology. It's so highly confounded that it's not covering everything properly, let alone people's recall memory is poor. It's not like in a clinical environment or a randomized control study where you're doing specific diets and you say, you will eat only these foods in this list and nothing else. So it's either plant-based foods or animal-based foods or mixed foods or whatever the diet says specifically, you'll follow this diet specifically. Very few studies that have done that. There are two main ones recently that have done that. A lot of the other ones are very short, like a couple of weeks or stuff like that, which don't really tell you much. But two long-term studies is the A to Z study done by Christopher Gartner out of Stanford University. And that was basically the Ornish diet, the Atkins diet, the zone diet, and the learn diet of the nutritional, which is the sort of low-fat. The zone is the mixed macros, but lower glycemic type, carbohydrates in that. It's a bit like a sort of a paleo-esque type, the zone diet. And then obviously everybody knows the Atkins diet and everybody knows the Ornish diet being a plant-based diet. So that's the sort of those four diets. And this was done by an academic who is plant-based. Okay, he's not carnivore, he's plant-based. And he basically found that the Atkins diet, after a year, these people were convinced to stick to the diet for a year. And he found that only the people on the Atkins diet actually lost more weight. And when they looked after on their blood panels, they had lower C-reactive protein, lower inflammation in general. They were actually healthier. Not merely had lost more weight, but also were healthier on a whole lot of biomarkers. And he admits this in a video that he did on the Stanford University site. So this was a year, and this was a clinical randomized control study done by a vegetard, a vagoon. And it actually had to eat his own words. But he said for ethical reasons, he will stick to his plant-based diet. He doesn't care what the result was. But he had to admit that the results were favorable for the Atkins diet. Then again, there was the other one, the direct study, and that was 2 years with a 5-year follow-up, and that was done in Israel, the direct study. And that was done at the Venona, I can't remember now, the nucleus facility over there. And the workers that work there, they were randomized controlled. Again, 3 type diets. The high-fat Mediterranean diet, the Learn diet, which is the nutritional bullshit low-fat diet, and basically the Atkins diet. And the Atkins diet was put right at the end. It was going to be just the 2, and then Harvard actually added additional money and supported to add the Atkins component on. This was at the time, they did it because they heard that Stanford at the same time was doing their study, and there was another study being done at the same time, which didn't really go that well, and it was sort of abandoned. It was a shorter one, but they realized, these other guys are doing the Atkins as well. We'll throw that in and we'll fund it because we don't want to be seen that not covering that part, that aspect. So it was all more for academic reasons to basically say, that other people would say, well, you didn't cover that. The other ones did. Why didn't you? You know what I mean? So they added it because they all thought that basically the Atkins diet would end up the worst. And they were doing the traditional Atkins, not the new Atkins diet, which has come out of recently the low carb community, like Eric Westman's type, from Duke University, the new Atkins diet, which has more plants in it and stuff like that. This is a traditional high meat diet of the Atkins, because Atkins was basically, bacon and eggs in the morning. You know what I mean? So we're talking about, he had he encouraged a few plants here and there, but primarily it was animal based. So it was a more carnivorous form of a low carb diet, and basically it ended up winning on all biomarkers. In the direct study, the high fat Mediterranean one equaled the Atkins diet in some areas, but it came second. To this day, the arseholes that refer to that study, like the Vagoons and everybody else, they always say that the Atkins, that they ignore the Atkins component, and they say that the Mediterranean diet was superior to the Learn diet, misrepresenting the facts. No, it came in second. The first one was the Atkins diet was superior to both diets, and the high-fat Mediterranean only, and it was a high-fat Mediterranean, it wasn't a low-fat, only in some issues came a bit. So that's the superiority. Jordan, I will pin that for you, and you can actually look at it yourself. I'll pin that when I finish tonight. I will actually pin all those links. I used to have them in the myths and falsehoods of veganism, but YouTube keeps on fucking deleting the stuff, which pisses me off. But I will put that there so you can actually read it for yourself and actually look at these studies, and also go and listen to Christopher Gartner basically talk up the Atkins diet, even though he hates talking about it, and comes up with some spurious that even his data doesn't support. Because I say, well, he comes up with arguments, maybe the olive oil, maybe all this other bullshit, and I'm going, no, these people are eating shitloads of meat, like steak and eggs and all this other stuff. So it doesn't explain away, even if they had some olive oil in there, it does not explain away the amount of eggs and steaks and bacon that they were consuming based on the original study. Because they did the book, they were given the Ornish book, the Atkins book, the Zone Diet book, and the Learn Diet pamphlet. And they were taken by nutritionists, put through the ringer, and explained exactly how to comply and do exactly the diet as it's told. So this was the first time people were actually given the book, explained by a nutrition who talked up the diet to the different randomized groups. The same nutritionist went to the different groups and actually talked up the diet that they were on. So basically convinced them to really do it to the way. Towards the end of the year, so for the first 6 months, they all complied really well, and the Atkins diet really showed a lot of weight loss performance. Then they sort of, some of the, especially the other ones sort of complied a bit, but the Atkins one, people started creeping back the amount of carbohydrates. So in the last 6 months, so it did go up a bit. So the weight loss wasn't as well in the last 6 months, but that's because, people, have grown up with carbohydrates and all that. And, you can't expect them to comply for a very long time. This is just your general public. This is not people that basically are motivated to stick to the diet, like somebody who believes in it in a big way. But what it did show, even when they actually increased slightly the carbohydrates back, to be not a real as good, not being keto anymore, or in the really low carb, but being in that sort of that higher end of just between the mixed and low carb. So it wasn't pure low carb. Even at that stage, those people basically did really, really well in that regard. Can you please explain why the N15, N14 data is about to provide, which we are carnivores, 100% exactly? Some South N15 is not able to determine the diet with any accuracy. Some who? Some said, well, it's in the collagen of bones. It's actually in the collagen of bones. They actually, all these collagen, the bones, the collagen of bones around the world that they've actually found of ancestral bodies, they've actually basically taken samples of the collagen and they put it through a special machine which can actually determine the source of the N15 and also find out exactly what animals they ate. Because even though if it's from an animal source, like N15 data is concentrated in animals as as the nitrogen type coming from that specific, N14 is from plants. The N14 is very low, the N15 is very high, and it concentrates as it goes through the food chain. So we don't know what the N15 data is exactly. Could be fish. It could be, basically, how do they determine it? They then have to look at the carbon. What type of carbon is it? So they actually look at the carbons also to determine whether it's from fish or ruminant animals. And when they look at the carbon mix, they determine that it is from ruminant animals. So that's the important thing. I've actually done, if you check my own, g'day Bjorn, if you actually check my actual, it's quite a few months back, it's probably not quite a few, there's one that I've done on the ancient Greeks, and I actually show one of the studies. I go through the study, which is an N15 nitrogen 15 data, and I go through and I actually show a grid. They actually have a grid where they can actually show what type of animals, if they were primarily ruminants with a bit of coastal fish. So they can determine with great accuracy what the type of N15 it is, the source of the protein, that it comes from an animal source, and then, because all N15, is the animal-based, N14 plant-based, but then they can also look at the carbon types to work out whether it's a ruminant animal, a fish, what type of source of animal food it is. And so that's how they actually do it in the research. The best definitive bone collagen of different hominins and Homo sapiens and Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and all these different hominins that existed. They basically, the best source is the Max Planck Institute in Leipzig, Germany. And the Max Planck Institute it's called the Anthropology and Primate Type Center. And I've actually shown it on one of my live streams, the actual link to the actual center, and you can actually go there and actually download the raw data if you want to mine it yourself. So that's up to you. Some people do it. I can't see the logic. I've just gone to the studies directly that other people have researched and look at their studies. And so I've looked at a number of different studies of Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, Cro-Magnon man, and all sorts of other things. But the only one that I've actually done, I've shown the other ones in live streams, but the only some stuff here and there, but the only one that I've actually done like comprehensively, and that's because I'm Greek ancestry, and I want to know what my ancestors truly consumed in the past, and I did basically the Greek one about the carnivorous Greeks or whatever. Let me find it, and I'll actually pin it up, and you can go and look at my video, which is on my channel. I'll literally find it. Give me a sec. But I'll put the other stuff up, the direct study. Now, the direct study, there's no video. It's just a study that the Israelis did. So you can go and read the study if you want to. And I'll put the A to Z study. The video actually is pretty good as well, because the video covers, because the A to Z study is, you have to remember, the A to Z study covers the dietary aspect about weight loss. So that's what the study actually focuses. But they actually did take blood samples from these people. And so there's more information in that. That means in the video, he actually explains that what they saw in terms of inflammation and all these other things. And that's where you get additional information beyond the study. So you've got to look at the video as well. And it's on the Stanford site, but I will give you a link for that as well. I don't mind. I like people to go away, check these things out, and validate them for themselves. If you take a look at all my videos, I always show research to cover every argument I put forward. I never put an argument. And otherwise, if I basically have looked at a number of researchers and come to certain conclusions, I will say it's a hypothesis of mine. And I'll clearly state that. But when I've got definitive research, good mechanistic stuff, or good, basically clinical or randomized control studies, or studies that actually show clear mechanism, how things work, then I actually show those studies and provide information for people so they can actually refer. And I always pin in every single one of my videos, I always pin the studies that I talk about. So I provide referencing so people can go and validate what I've actually said. So it's not basically my opinion in that. So, that's right. It's about a year ago, those highly carnivorous Greeks. Now, I will give me a sec. Oh, come on. Let me just highlight that. Copy. And that's the highly carnivorous Greeks, which is on my billy goat. Ah, yes. Nothing like a billy goat. So check that out. That provides N15 data from that research. And I've got also a link to that study, which is on Science Direct. Anyway, and I go through that anyway. Can't remember. Let me just see. Is that a paid one or not? Because it may be a paid one, because I've actually got membership where I can actually get the study, the full study. They actually email it to me, the link. So let me just see if that actually comes up as a full thing. If not, email me and I'll send it to you. Okay. So you only get the abstract. Okay. Email me if you want the study. It's this one here. Stable carbon and nitrogen isotope ratios of human bones, collagen from hell-like Greece. And, most of these isotope analysis are done by archaeologists. That's why archaeologists can actually know if somebody's a population that eats more animal products or a population that eats more grains, like in the Middle East. I've actually got even one off Persia where there's the transition from being a tribal to basically being a grain-based agricultural society, and the shifts in the N15, N14 sort of data, and the stable carbon, because they have to be stable carbons as well that actually refer back to specific types of the type of animal that you're actually consuming. Is it a ruminant? Is it a fish? That's an element in itself. So if you want the full study, I will basically email it to you. All you need to do is to go to my About page and you will find my email. Email me and say, can you email me the study, the full study, so I can read it, and I'll send it through to you. You can watch my video and go to your heart's content. I will pin the other stuff at the end of this. So I'll basically just put a comment and I will pin basically this stuff and the other stuff, and go to your heart's content and share it amongst your vegan friends as well. Please share it. You know, I've been trying to get some of these messages through because most people look at epidemiology. They don't look at proper randomized control, actual studies where humans are doing specific diets, not just filling out some questionnaire and saying, oh, I think I ate this or I think I ate that or some bullshit like that, but actually what they fucking ate. That's important. What did you fucking put in your mouth? What diet approach did you take? Did you do a highly carnivorous diet? Did you do a highly veganerized diet? What type of diet did you actually do? And what was your result in terms of inflammation? You know, I'm not really concerned about the weight loss thing. Most diets that basically eliminate refined sugars and refined fats do tend to lose some weight. The low carb more than the actual low fat. That's definite. But there are a few outliers in the U curve. But at the end of the day, what type of inflammation? What is the general health inside when you're doing 1 year on a diet or 2 years on the diet? What is the internal health in your body? Is it less inflamed? Is it better? If it's less inflamed, it means that in a year's time, all these other diets, supposedly good, are not reducing inflammation to the same level as this diet. All it tells you is for 1 year, it's superior to the other diets, or 2 years or 5-year follow-up, it's superior. What it doesn't tell you is for a lifetime. But usually if something's deleterious, even 1 or 5 years, it will show some issues. When it doesn't show any issues and shows more positivity compared to the others, I would say there's a strong likelihood, especially when you go back and look at the N15 data, the archaeological data, that confirms that animal foods were the primary source of nutrients for our ancestors who have adapted over millions of years to that food. We've only had this high level of plants only for the last, you could say, 40 years. Even if you go back to the 80s, last, what is it? Probably about 40, to be more precise, about 45 years, at most 50 years. It's about 40 to 50 years, let's put it that way, because there was a transition between the early 70s and late 70s. There was a transition there because a lot of processed food, new foods were coming out, and humans were starting to change their dietary practices from the past, which was 2/3 animal-based, 1/3 plant-based in the past. And then after that transition through the 70s, and then the food guidelines came in, and then the last 40 years is 2/3 or more plant-based and 1/3 animal-based. And we are sicker now than what we were in the 60s or 50s or even 70s when we were transitioning. So as far as I'm concerned, even the general observational stuff of the whole population, without requiring any fucking questionnaires, is quite definitive. This shift between plant to animal, from animal-based to plant-based dominance, basically has been more deleterious to us. You know, that's pretty much a slam dunk there in that regard, just in the modern stuff, let alone the historical stuff and all that. But the problem is nobody looks at that, and all they do is look at modern day questionnaires that were done 5 years ago or whatever, which is just junk. It's done on people eating shit. You know, it's not comparing people back in the 50s or 60s eating more animal-based without any industrial crap, you know, or ancestrally. We're not comparing those. So we're not comparing apples with apples. We're basically comparing just nonsense with nonsense. It's just the reality. So I don't know what your agenda is, Jordan, but if you're really interested in learning, stay tuned. Check out some of my information, and I suspect you will be enlightened more. And if you really honestly want to help your health, definitely get on a carny diet if you're not. Anyway, guys, it's way past 1 o'clock. I better get to fucking bed. My circadian rhythms will not be in good nick otherwise. And I do have things to do tomorrow. It's been about nearly a bit over 4.5 hours. I've had fun, enjoyed it, as usual. And we will definitely do this next week as usual, regular time. So through the week, hopefully I can get a few things done. Maybe I can even do something with basically with Sky as well, maybe with Bart as well. He'll contact me eventually or send me some sort of thing. Yeah, I've been teaching Keto Carnivore for 5 years now. Yep, good, not a problem. Yep, look, I can send you information, mate. Just send me basically an email. And just ask me what sort of information you want, and I'll send you all the links that you need to help you in your, in your work, in your arguments with some of these people, or even, maybe people that approach you and need to be convinced and need to see some of this sort of stuff. Sometimes, I usually just direct them to the A to Z study of Christopher Gartner, and actually to his video, because most people won't even read the study. I actually send them directly to the video and say, just listen to this Fagoon actually telling you that the Atkins diet is superior. Why sit there and basically argue with, this person? It's much easier to basically just, as you understand, is send them the stuff. So, oops. Nice one. Actually, if you check, I'll actually pin. Neff just put up, was it this study? No. Let me just find it. It's not that one. Okay. Oh, don't do that to me. Okay. So that's the ancient Greek one. So that's a direct link to basically that one there, Michael Jordan. So you can get that directly. That last link that I put there, and you can download that Hellenic study, which talks about the isotopes analysis. And I'll put that on the screen for a sec. So that's basically the locality, which is Hell-like, which is this area in the Corinthian, the Gulf of Corinth. And it's just in this close area. This is where my parents come from, this area here. And my ancestry comes from this part here, my primary ancestry. So, yep, Corinth, Sparta, and Pylos. That triangle there. And when we look at the N15 data, as you can see, it's primarily so they look at different periods. So that is the Hellenistic period, that is the Roman period, that is the Byzantium period. So that's the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium. That's the Roman period, and the Roman Republic, and that's the Hellenistic period, which is post Alexander the Great. And so we're not even talking further back. This is a period when there were some grains, some plant-based foods in the Greek diet by this stage because they'd come from the East. But still, as you can see, very little C3 grain legumes, very little legumes, which is carbon 3, and carbon 4 grains, which is a lot of the other, your basically your wheats and all that sort of stuff. No large fish. So a very small amount of, so in the Hellenistic period and in the Roman period, there's small fish. But in the Byzantium period, as you can see, so you can see basically in the period of Hellenistic period, which is ancient Greece, you have far more ruminant animals, domesticated ruminant animals. And then you basically have in the Roman period, this sort of falls back a bit. And then in the Byzantium period, the Eastern Roman Empire goes up again. So, and in the Roman period, where domesticated animals go down a bit, you see a bit more fish. But then, in the Byzantium period, Eastern Roman Empire, it shifts again back to more ruminants. So, this is basically to be able to do a graphical plot to look at these sort of different, the isotopes, how they're shifting. So you can actually see how the diet is sort of shifting from different periods, which is important to basically understand how people's dietary habits shift. But as you can see, it's primarily focused around, highly carnivorous for a very long time, until the modern era, really. I mean, I know from my grandfather, my great-grandfather who lived to 107, hated, as my father used to say, hated vegetables with a vengeance. He was basically a pastoralist, dairy and, dairy and basically, and that's the other thing is here, you obviously, because it's coming from an animal ruminant source, so part of this is going to be dairy as well. It's dairy and meat, like the Maasai, very much. And the Greeks to this day love meat and love dairy. And that's pretty much it. And yep, thanks, Dominic. That's basically the email if you want. But this is a direct link which you can use to download that study if you want to look at it, of the ancient Greeks. And you can actually see through this whole period. They come up with spurious arguments. Check out my video because I go through this study and some of the bullshit that they talk about is just crap. And I actually say, well, you're contradicting your own evidence. This is typical of researchers. We know that they have an agenda. One of this lady, she's a bit of a vegetarian or promotes the Mediterranean sort of more diet, with more vegetables in it and all that. So she sort of has this tendency. So, she comes up with some spurious, but, the N15 data doesn't lie. They've even plotted it in the correct order, in the correct areas. You don't see stuff in the legume area, and you don't see stuff over here. You don't see any big fish, obviously, because we don't have any oceans. It's the Mediterranean after all, which is much shallower, and that's also a very narrow area, which is much the sea level is much lower. So you basically don't get any large fish. It's all small coastal fish in that area. So pretty much the majority of the stuff is coming from ruminants. Greece is 85% mountainous. People are surprised that we consume as much milk as the Swiss. Why? Because basically we've grown up in a pastoral, meat-based culture. That's what the Greeks really ate. That's why they were great warriors. Like the Maasai, dominating everyone, dominating all those veganerized or people that consume more plants. They also had a mixed diet. Let's be honest, in that day, nobody really was a vegan. You couldn't survive on a vegan diet without supplements like they do today. But yes, but that's the sort of information you can actually look at, and I'll send you some additional information to be able to look at as well. So basically the A to Z study and all that, I'll email it to you, and you can go away and check it all out. But I will pin it here as well for anyone else who wants to look at it. Go to your heart's content, share it, make sure the vagoons out there, you can rub it in their face so they can check it out, because they only look at junk science, at least see some proper research. But as Bart says, we don't have any long-term studies, unfortunately. What we really need is the proper studies that we could do is, we've got all the archaeological evidence showing quite clearly, and archaeologists know when they come across an agricultural society, they can see that the actual stress, the collagen in the bones is different. They can see more stress fractures in the bones. They can also see iron deficiency, so they can see these little white spots on the cranium of the people of that have basically eating too many grains and end up having iron deficiency and stuff like that. So they can actually see this. They can see basically they've stunted growth. They have more sort of anatomical problems and stuff like that. They can see a population that's agriculturalist or a population which is hunter-gatherer, very different. And so it's quite clear. Exactly, as Bjorn says, there's no bloody wild tubers growing in Norway. Precisely. Look, tubers, until we actually learned how to cook tubers, were not really. 1.5 million years ago, we learned how to use fire and cook. Before that, tubers would have been absolute poison to the body. Our big brains emerged eating the flesh of animals. The carbon stable isotopes demonstrates the source, that it's ruminant animals, and the N15 data being in the super and hyper carnivorous levels proves that, potatoes have what? 200 years in Europe? Exactly. Exactly, DJ Projectors. They come from the Americas, from South America. They did not exist in Europe prior to that. Neither did tomatoes, neither did a lot of other things that came from the Americas. So there's a lot of foods that never existed, so they are modern, and a lot of the foods today that we've got are actually hybridized versions, very big. Watermelon comes from Africa, and watermelon would fit in the palm of your hand. It was a very small fibrous plant which had very little sugar in it. Now it's something like this big. It's a massive monstrosity, which is basically a modern day food, pretty much. And so the ancient watermelon still exists in Africa. It's a small little thing. So we've altered and made things sweeter. The old apples, were quite tart, were quite sour. They weren't very sweet. Most of the actual old fruit was quite, it had very little sugar in it. It was quite tart, quite sour in some regards. It's only in the very recent years through technology we've been able to hybridize and really make them ultra sweet. And that's why fruit in the past was never popular. What people used to do is they would actually like dry it to concentrate the sweetness. So they would dry it in the Middle East. They used to do a lot of that, which was a more grain-based society. So they used to do that. But in most other parts of the world, the most you would get is seasonal berries. That's about it for about a month or 2 months. It wasn't for very long, a very short period of time. So the majority of foods were basically things that walked on four legs primarily, or swam in rivers, or coastal fish. That was primarily what most people consumed for most of their existence. And most settlements, before we created civilization and we were able to penetrate and cut down forests, the majority of settlements were along riverbanks and along coastal areas. They were not. So we could access both salt and we could access both, diverse food sources. Yeah, still on, Jared. So this is the reality of what all this data shows. The rest of it is just basically made up nonsense that people have no evidence to base it. And I always say, when some people argue a point, I say, show me the evidence. If you're going to argue something, that's why I say, if you're going to debate with me, provide the evidence. You need to provide the evidence. Your opinion means absolute shit. It's absolute means zero to me. Show me the evidence. Show me good, credible data that actually validates your position or supports your position. They don't have. And most of the stuff in the Middle East was basically grains. That's it. We didn't even have things like corn. Corn came from the Americas as well. So pretty much it was sort of sorghum. It was basically zea bread, which is very low, has nearly practically no gluten whatsoever. That is the ancient, wheat of the Greeks that used to exist in that. And they only consumed very little. And it was only the Athenians and a few other Greeks that actually consumed it, but not all of them. See, the Hell-like and many of the other parts of the Peloponnese and the interior where it's more mountainous, none at all. See, that's a mountainous area, coastal mountainous area. It's what we call the Pindos mountain range that comes from the north right through. It's only on the east coast where Athens exists and along the coastal areas where you've got these lower flat areas where you can actually grow some agriculture. So that's only about 15% of the country that had, 10% of the country, because you've got 5%, which are all these islands in the Aegean and elsewhere, which are just basically the outcrops of volcanoes. And they also are pastoral because nothing grows on there. It's all fucking rocky with shrubs, which the animals eat. So it's basically just fish and ruminants, pretty much goats and sheep on the islands. And it's only about 10% of the country that actually can support any level of agriculture. And most of it is seasonal. That's how it used to be. Obviously, since the Second World War, the amount of grains that have come into the Greek world are quite a lot, but that's because, globalization and has brought a lot of kibble, both in the Greek world and elsewhere. It's just the reality of the modern world. That's how it goes. Yeah, acorns in some areas were eaten, but they're, again, seasonal, Dom. Acorns do not provide big enough seeds all year round. So that is a limited food, and it's a starvation food. It was used, and you can see it, even the Neanderthals used it as a starvation food, the acorns, and that were actually sort of pinned in the Iberian Peninsula before they were snuffed out a couple of thousand years ago. They were basically pinned there, and their teeth went to hell in a handbasket really bad, and the research shows it quite clearly. The N14 data starts climbing in these people populations, and when you look at the skeletal remains, they are very poor, undernourished, have some deformities, have basically smaller body size, and on top of that show a lot of deficiencies in nutritional deficiencies, plus on top of that really severe tooth problems and tooth decay. So they would have suffered a lot of pain and a lot of issues. And back then, if you got sepsis or you've got severe tooth issues, you would die because there were no antibiotics or anything like that. So it was, these were starvation foods, and these people suffered horrendously as they were snuffed out of history. So yes, it's just the way it goes. Neanderthals basically used to clump together in large groups, and they used to absolutely club in large groups animals, large and ruminants. So they had to come in close and personal. The problem with that is you get injured, and a lot of their skeletal tissue shows a lot of injuries sustained in their hunts. A lot. And this is why when the Homo sapiens came in, they were outcompeted, one. But the other thing is you had the collapse of the mega beast. And that really made it impossible for the Neanderthals because they were stocky, they were short, their legs were shorter, and they couldn't run very fast. So they weren't midday persistent hunters like the Homo sapiens that had evolved in Africa with these characteristics. And so they could not basically go after these other animals that existed, because the big ruminant animals, the megafauna, the mega beasts that collapsed, they moved much slower, and so they could basically surround them and come in and club them to death, But they also sustained a lot of injuries, but they still could do it. But once basically the mega beast had been wiped out, or and there was only sort of land animals that were a bit more, let's say, the type of animals that moved a bit faster, they couldn't hunt them. They didn't have the capacity to hunt them in the way Homo sapiens, and that's why Homo sapiens survived and Neanderthals died out. They couldn't adapt to that new environment, and when you can't adapt, you die out. So, it's just the way it goes. Shit happens. But we see that from the archaeological evidence. That's why I always refer to the archaeological evidence, because it shows such good information to basically definitively show what the hominins really evolved in eating. And the stable carbon isotopes tell you what type of plant food was in the mix, plus what sort of concentrations. And from that, they can extrapolate, because they can say, okay, there's these animals, the N15 data is quite high. There's very little N14. So we know that the carbons are not coming from an animal, a plant-based protein. So if the carbon has a certain isotope and the N14 is very high, then they can actually pin whether it's the C4 plants or the C3 plants. So that's how they work it out. When they're actually seeing, specific types of carbon, but very low N14, very high N15, then they can say, okay, it's ruminants. And what ruminants? Specific ruminants. So they can actually pin the specific ruminant, so they can link, because they know that this ruminant eats these sort of plants, and that's how they actually were able to work out which plants the ruminant is eating, and that it's these ruminants that humans are eating with the high N15 data. So that's how they're actually able to work out the two relationships. So The N15, N14 data will tell you the source of the protein, and then the animal source of the 15 based on the carbon isotope, which is predominant. Then they can actually work out, does it come from this? Are they eating fish, or are they eating ruminant, or they, what type of animal species are they consuming? Because what has the animal eaten, so to speak? So yes. So these are the sort of ways they actually do these isotope analysis, and they're able to then plot exactly where they actually fit. And that's quite clear. You don't see, there's no large fish there. You don't see any of this. You don't see anything in C3 grain legumes. I'll fucking share it again. I just love it because it's so, and this is not even this is not even humans going back to the past. This is modern day. This is humans in societies which are only a couple of thousand years ago. There you go. Nothing in legumes. Absolutely, not even a dot, not even a mark, not even a speckle there. C4 grains. Zilch. Large fish. Zilch. Coastal fish. Very little. Domesticated animals. It's quite clear. This is the domesticated animals. It's dominated by domesticated animals. That's their diet. It's quite clear. The data does not lie. They all make other remarks in this study, which really pisses me off because the data, they're contradicting their own data. When you take the collagen data and you look at it, and it's sort of, you do the isotope analysis, that is it. That is the raw data coming from the collagen of these humans. Any other speculation outside that is speculation. This is what pisses me and Bart off all the time, because we notice that these academics, they just cannot accept their own data, and they have to manipulate it. And actually, in this case, they can't manipulate, because this is not like, your junk epidemiology where they can play around with the numbers. This is actual readings from the collagen. They have to show this exactly what it is. They can't differentiate. They can't say something different. But what do? They come up with crackpot hypotheses because they just cannot accept the data. How come these Greeks are not consuming legumes? What the fuck's going on? There must be something wrong. No, there isn't. You're just a fucking crackpot and can't accept reality. You can't accept your own data. That's your problem. As an academic, you should basically hold your head in shame as an academic, because you cannot accept your fucking own data. The raw data does not lie. It is there, quite clear. And that's the thing that really pisses me off and Bart, that these people are constantly adjusting, which is manipulation. They're actually fraudulently misrepresenting their data. And when you look at the raw data, it's quite clear that in many cases it shows the complete opposite. In this case, they actually plotted it on, in groups, what it actually related to. And they plotted it really correctly, that it was only domesticated animals primarily. They could have represented it slightly different. They could have basically not shown it in these sort of groups and just said, oh, it's so much N15, it's so much N14 and that. And we think it's probably coming from these things and all that. They could have made up things. But here they've actually shot themselves in the foot, because they've actually plotted it exactly in what sort of the source of the actual, where those isotopes are coming from. But they're coming from ruminants primarily. So it's really nice how these academics shoot themselves in the foot and then try to say something different, or try to add, oh, they probably had a bit of this and a bit of that. And I'm going, Are you looking at the same data that I am? Or are you making up shit? This is the problem with academia. They just have such cognitive dissonance. They're so brainwashed in not wanting to accept this. You know, it's what drives me up the air. Yes, I do have to go. Yeah, that's true. Thanks for reminding me. Yes. Anyway, guys, it's 5 hours. I'll fucking get out of here. I need to go to sleep. Thanks. See ya. And us. Bye, guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll continue some of this next week. See yous.